those beautiful stories. The writer me in tears after hearing your story. Have a lot of things to do. And so, like I said, what we really wanted to do was get these portraits in your hands before the year was out. We would have done it earlier, but this past year has been rough on us too. Sister Erica lost her mom to leukemia. So we were doing hospice care for about 6 or 7 months, and then just trying to close down all of the affairs that you close down after you lose somebody, right? So we still have portraits coming in, so I'm going to start with those that are ready. Our portrait man is on his way with a few more for some of the families. So Ms. Baldwin, yours is on its way. So please give us a few minutes. Now I want Sister Kiana. Do we have Sister Kiana's portrait over there? Christopher Banks. Christopher Banks. Sister Kiana and Gracie and family, would y'all come up here? Now these, my friends, see y'all, this is Gracie for real, and this is a beautiful daughter, Kiana. And when we first started this project, we were in, I think we were on Howard Road, and we were in the little community center there. And we have been searching for parents, y'all. It was so difficult to find you. And no real information that would help a researcher find you. It's just victim identified, so-and-so found on such and such street. And we were in this room with about 5 or 6 moms. And this little girl walked in. She was shorter than y'all. She about that tall. 9 years old, I think. And she came in, and the parents were introducing themselves. And I saw this child, and we're a children's program, so we always have a bunch of children in there with us. And I said, I remember seeing your face, but I don't think I know you. And who are you? She said, my name is Kiana Banks. I'm here representing my father, Christopher Banks. And that went through me, y'all. That went to this day, I tear up every time I think about the first time I met this young woman. She was there standing for her dad. I was like, whoa. So there was a very special artist named Jaslyn Sabri. She lives in New Jersey, and she does like really wonderful work, very what they call stylized art. And when she heard this story, because I told this story in my Zoom room, she said, I wanna do one for her. And so, would you lift the veil, ma'am? And yep. Oh, y'all lifted the veil. How's that? Okay, so what I want to do is this. We have some small easels. They're going to be set up on the stage. If you don't mind, can we move that one down here? You're going to take it with you today, but I want to leave it up so if anybody else at the end of the program would like to see it, they can walk up here and check your piece out. Okay? Thank you. Can I have a hug? I appreciate you, little sister. All right, just put it right there on that. Next, let's see what we got here. Oh, come on over, brother. Put that one right there. Can I have the family of Antoine Daniel? One of the things that was really been a pleasure for me is discovering the prayer lives of other families. A lot of times you talk to families and you talk about what you talk about, but you don't get a chance to experience their prayer life. But in this project, man, there's a lot of praying that goes on. And you get to feel people in the real way. And so this sister here, come on over here, Miss Daniels. She came and she planted a beautiful fruit tree in our memorial garden. This is Sister Tracy Daniels. And sometimes we don't always get dads. This is Antoine Daniels Sr. And this is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful set of parents and families. Now, I had to get a special artist for this one here. And I want all of the artists we got are special. I'm just like that, like they all touch me in a certain way. But this one, the artist that did y'all portrait, everybody know in Tuskegee because he's special in Tuskegee. Would you lift that, please, ma'am? And hold on, Brother Bill. When I shared this story, Dr. Ronnie McDowell said, "Give her to me." And he rendered this portrait for your family. Yes, sir. Come around this way so we can see them. Is it a good rendering? It looks like fun. That's what I'm talking about. Almost okay. Hey, y'all give Brother Dr. Ronnie McDowell a hand.
To the family up there.
This man, he's not here. He's trying to make it today. He's making it here a little bit. He was in between California and Tuskegee, traveling back and forth. And he came and he put this together, and it was just amazing. Thank you. Is that tissue, Sister Patricia? Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Okay, so you take that with you today, but can you leave it up here so everybody can check it out? Thank you for coming, family. God bless y'all. And we're going to get the story. So we have a book being published that's going to have the story of everybody we lost in Tuskegee written the way we think our story should go. You understand? These not stories that the victim identified, and if they include an extra paragraph is, well, when he was 13, we think he smoked a joint behind a restaurant, and when he was 15, he got into trouble. No. What we want to know is, when did he take his first step? And how did that hit you? Is it with you?
We was in Troy, and I came together and took him back with me. And that was the first time when he took the first step. He started walking. It was in about 10 and 11 months. I never get the dares down.
But thank you, family. Please
when he was, I had 3 grandboys born right together. Their son, my daughter-in-law's son right here, and then Tracy had another baby 9 months later. But when those 2 were 6 months old, you know, I used to keep them all the time. And when he was 6 months old, they slept in the bed with me, but I put them in a suitcase, and I put one on this end and one on this end. So we were getting ready for church, and I had got them all dressed and bathed up, and you know, Isaiah would always boot just before we leave. So I was ready for his boot, and then I looked at them, and they were sitting in the bed together. Both of them were sitting up in the bed. They weren't walking or too much crawling. They were just sitting in the bed. So one of them touched the other one kind of by accident. And when he touched it, he looked over there and he saw a baby. And he said, and the other one looked at him, he said, they look like, who are you? And they looked at each other, who are you? This is my grandma. So, but that made them, they were like twins. And my Isaiah had not been the same since. And then he had another loss. I don't know if he's gonna ever recover, but that's like losing his twin brother. So we just keep him in prayer.
Amen.
I just want to thank everybody that's a part of the seed ministry. I thank y'all for not just letting me bear my bad, you know, but helping me to keep them alive. And for all the love and support from Brother Sky, the ministry, and Sister Erica. I just really want to see you all. Thank you so much.
All right. So, you good? Yes, ma'am, please. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am, please. Y'all can take a
Thank you
seat,
so much.
pass some refreshments.
This is
Yes, ma'am.
wonderful. I love it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have something for Sister Joyce and Brother Kenneth? So there's a lot that we could say, but you know, we really want to be mindful of where everybody is emotionally. So some stories we're going to save for our book, which should be published in the next week or two, with all of the stories that we have thus far. Where's my brother Kenneth and my sister Joyce at? Now this one is special too, because the artist that rendered this is a little sister, young sister out of Ohio, I think Cleveland, named Conisa X. And Conisa, I mean, I think she might have rode a bike down from Ohio to be here. She ain't have a ride, she just made it happen. And she came so that she could be present with this beautiful family during a moment of need. You know, the artists are very special. And a little bit later, we're gonna have a message from the artist who started this project and inspired this work. And, you know, the power of the artist in moving our communities forward is unrivaled. Artists make it happen, y'all. So, would y'all care to lift this veil? Yes. Now, okay, we have the story? Okay, excellent. Let's do this. Let me come to this computer. I guess I should sit it up here so that I can read. Now, Sister Joyce and Brother Kenneth are not native to Tuskegee, but they were here serving Tuskegee. And they've been doing a lot of work in Tuskegee. And they lost their son, and we said, well, let's try to do what we can. And there was a brother, let me say this, when we decided that we wanted to write these stories, we reached out to everybody. I reached out to the National Association of Black Journalists. I was going to all of the Black film media companies saying, hey, listen, I got students who are going to rewrite the narratives of murder victims so that we're telling our own stories. We got to put this power in the hands of students. And they just were not interested. I didn't get any traction until I called the editor of the Final Call newspaper. And he brought his whole staff, the editor-in-chief, former editor-in-chief, editor-in-chief emeritus, James Muhammad, brought our brother Naba, and he brought William, and he brought just all these beautiful journalists. And they spent a year training everybody we brought in front of them at no pay. They spent a year training these students, and they wrote these beautiful affirmations. We had to train them on how to interview the parents because we did not want them to call a parent and just start talking about murder and get killed. We said, nope, we ain't doing that. We want to know what his favorite food was. We wanted to know when the first time he made you smile. And something very powerful happened. Some of these interviews I saw, and the mothers would start real down, and they would start asking them questions, and you would see the mom start to smile. And then you get these stories. So I want to read this story written by our brother William P. Muhammad of the Final Call staff. It's called A Force of Nature. Mom remembers son's endearing love and sense of humor. Xavier Jordan Fair was born to an Army family at the Triple Army Medical Center in Honolulu, Hawaii, while his father served as a soldier at Schofield Barracks. Joyce Muhammad's earliest recollection of giving birth to Xavier was correcting doctors on the nature of her going into labor. She fondly remembers her son as a very active and rambunctious child and a force to be reckoned with, who quickly learned to regulate his behavior when she would give him that look that is well known by the children of many old school mothers. As the youngest boy in his household and the sixth of 7 children in his family, Xavier was loved by his parents and siblings, and he enjoyed playing football from elementary school through middle school. He was also very close with his father until he passed away from a vehicle accident on New Year's Eve in 2002. Remembered by his mother for having a big sense of humor and one who made everyone around him laugh. She describes Xavier as life of the party type, a young man. As a talented musician and one really into hip hop, Xavier also created his own music, and Ms. Muhammad said she listens to his recordings from time to time in order to remember his voice and vibrant personality. Xavier had no problem telling people how much he loved his mother and often described himself as being very close to her. He liked his mother's cooking, but often joked and said he could cook better, especially chicken, which was both his and his mother's favorite. Xavier also had a daughter, Chastity. and that he loved very much. Her looks and mannerisms are very much like his, according to family and friends, and many say that she is definitely her father's daughter. Ms. Muhammad's last memory of his presence was his humor and him playing a practical joke on her. He is deeply loved and missed by his siblings, especially on birthdays and around holidays, and he will be remembered forever as a young man who touched the hearts of all who knew him. That's Xavier Jordan Fair. One of the things we did while working on this project, and it was, I guess, towards the middle, kind of towards the end, was when they had children, I asked for the artist to include at least one child in the portrait. And I did that for two reasons. One, art is wealth, y'all. There's actually wealth in art. And this is fine art for some families who may never have had fine art on their walls. When you put the child in the portrait, there are two things I wanted to happen. One, I wanted this to become a family heirloom for that family where it will be passed to that child from the mother at the appropriate time. And two, I want us all to see who got robbed. That's who got robbed. See, we have to begin to tell our stories in a way that helps us to understand what's happening. You might be able to dismiss the brother, a little bit more difficult to dismiss the little girl. I want to put something on our minds, y'all. Okay? So, I would be remiss. So this project has brought a lot of really, really beautiful people together. Around this room today, we have people who have traveled from all over the country to serve Tuskegee. These portraits are made by people from all over the world. The frames, each one of these portraits that is framed was custom framed by Brother Sherman X. Murray, who is a native Tuskegean. His dad went to Tuskegee as a mechanic. And Brother Sherman, when he saw what we were doing and we didn't have frames for him, he said, I'll build the frames. And Brother Sherman spent this last year handcrafting every frame that you see, with the exception of maybe one or two that the artists have framed when they sent to us. He built all these frames. So he'll be back in here. I think he's on his way. And when he gets here, y'all, just show him some love, okay? All right. And sis, would you get us? I ain't putting you on the spot. What about looking? Good, okay. Thank you, family. And you can grab this, but let everybody see it. Thank you. Shout out to Lisa X. Shout out to Brother William. All right. And Sister Erica. I may need to look. Wow. Yes. Did Sister Dora have a story? Is it in this book? Sister Dora and family, can y'all come up? And I apologize, y'all. We just trying to get all of our stories in order that were done, but they kind of tough because there's so many of them, and I'm trying to go through this book and pull them up. And can one of the brothers, can you bring Mom and chair up, Mom and Sister Dora, please? You have a story written, right? Sister Kenya, I don't think that was in here yet. Oh, yeah. Hold on, y'all, because she has a daughter, a granddaughter, and this granddaughter's dad that we lost. So she's going to get, in fact, can we have somebody go to the back of the children's room and get Elizabeth? Because I told her she had a surprise. She's been on me about what her surprise is. Okay, Sister Erica. Okay. Was it Born Again? Born Again? Yes. So, Sister Dora is one of our seed team members, and she lost her son. So, of course, we rolled her into this project. This is Mama Rita, and this is Elizabeth. Come on up, Elizabeth. I told you we had a surprise for you. So, this is a poem that was written by Sister Kenya X out of Virginia about your dad, and it's called Born a King. It says, Lazarus, a king before he entered this earth, a fitting name given to him from birth. He was born knowing his worth, always putting his family and friends first, the type to always inspire. He was honored by the mayor for saving his family from a fire. Like Lazarus being called out of the cave, he rose to the call. He was not mentally enslaved. His 4 businesses represent the 4 days. Asphalt, so his way will be paved. Landscaping, so he will see the beauty on the way. A food truck to ensure he had a nutritious day. He was also a mechanic, an auto mechanic. He could fix what was broken, so he will never be stranded. Crowned himself the barbecue king. On the fire pit he was mean, able to turn chicken into a 5-star cuisine. Athletic, of course. At 5, he started his journey in sports. Football was his game. The smallest on the field, but MVP he became. He also played basketball for the UK. He was very determined. He didn't let nothing get in his way. He stayed looking flat. He was told he looked like Nelly and T.I. Never the type to boast, he was humbler than most. You know, the real, dependable kind. Tried to stay behind the scenes, but that type of love you just can't hide. A mommy's boy for sure. He always let her know how much she was adored. A protector, provider. He let his siblings know he was a rider. When they needed him, he was right there beside them. He planted 3 seeds in this earth, Lazarus the second, Camion, and Elizabeth. You know they always came first. Girthed by the wisdom he dispersed. They will grow knowing their dad made a difference on this earth. So please don't despair. He may have returned to the ether, but his energy will always be there. So that's an honor of your dad. And I want you to come over here, Elizabeth. I want you and your mom to lift that veil up, okay? All right, John. This way. That him? Now, I told Sister Dora I ain't having a portrait for her. It'll rot. But it hadn't come yet. And this portrait came all the way from Nigeria. And there was a very special artist, a young brother named Emmanuel Kolawole. And I was searching for artists on Instagram, and I came across this page and I shot him a message. And you know, these artists are on Instagram because they're trying to make their money using their art. When I told him about what we were doing, this young man came on, and I think he did a total of 4 portraits for us. This is one of them. Then Emmanuel wasn't done. He felt so good about this project and what we were doing that he went and recruited 5 other artists from different parts of Nigeria. You will see their work. Some of their work here today, some of it, you know, it's funny, the way our postage system works. And hold on one second, son, you can get all of them in there. Let me get out your way. The postage system from Nigeria to here can be tricky sometimes. So even though we pay to get it here at a certain date, sometimes it won't fall till next week. So we have some portraits that won't be here till Monday or Tuesday or what have you. But Emmanuel really is a beautiful young artist, and this style of art is called hyperrealism. When y'all come up and look at this portrait, please take note that this was done totally in ballpoint pen. Okay, this was a ballpoint pen hyperrealism drawing. But just one more time, give Emmanuel Kolawole a hand. If you go to Instagram, and everybody, if you got your cell phone right now, please give him a follow. You know, E Star Art on Instagram and Twitter or X, whatever it's called now, and just show them some love. And Mama Rita or Sister Laura or Elizabeth, would you like to say anything?
Sometimes my mom died. And yeah, to show you, and you know, it will begin. Pascal says like a mom.
Thank you, baby. Okay, and Brother Sherman looked that frame up so beautifully. You're gonna take this with you, but I'm gonna ask you to leave it here so everybody can come up and admire the art. I mean, he even got the reflection of the glasses, man. This brother is bad. Look, see what the black man do with a ballpoint pen? These are the narratives. So when our goal is to bring our little artists, Emmanuel, I think, is 19. We want to bring them to America to meet you. There's people right now that would like to separate us from our family in Africa. I'm not being separated, you know, so we want to do that. So we'll be working on that for 2024. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mother Rita. Now this next one is tricky. Do we have Natasha Sellers? Y'all just gonna have to carry it and put the thing over it. I'm happy. There she is. Did we ever interview you before story? Okay, so her story is coming. I have been looking for you for a long time. Thank you. Yes, they're bringing it. But okay, so gotta tell a story with this. I was in New Jersey in a place called Beverly. And my wife has a cousin who found out about the project we were doing. And she said, y'all didn't come see me? I said, well, what you mean? She said, well, you know that I'm Dr. Cheryl Henry. I said, yeah, I know you're Dr. Cheryl Henry. Do you know my doctorate is in? I said, no, ma'am. I said, art. Dr. Cheryl Henry, had been teaching art in Philadelphia and at universities for 40 years. So the first piece she did for us was for Carolyn Whitaker. Who knows Carolyn Whitaker by show of hands? Right? So Carolyn Whitaker actually is on one of our videos, and she was talking about the loss of her son, Antoine. And she got so touched, she called me over and I went. She showed me a portrait like one of these. It was leaning up against her banister. She said, I just want you to see this because I do this. I said, okay. She said, but I didn't do this. I said, what you mean? She said, I wanted to give the mother something that she could hug. So she made Miss Whitaker this beautiful pillow. And she took pieces of colored cloth and made it look like paint on his face, on the pillow. And it just blew us away. And she said, I wanted Miss Whitaker to be able to hug her son. She said, and I wrapped the outsides around in gold because he was royalty. I said, wow. She said, and I want to do another one for this young man because it was something in his face when I was looking through the pictures, and it was your son, Jay Montanians. She said, you come back over soon and I'll have it ready for you. I said, okay. And I was thinking, well, she better do me a portrait this time. I wasn't painting stuff. Then Miss Brittany told me about you. Because I was asking her, don't you know, do you know this one and this one? She said, oh, I know Natasha. And she gave me your number. And I called Miss Sellers. And Miss Sellers was praying on the phone when I called her. And every time I talk to Natasha Sellers, she is in a prayerful space without knowing you at the time. Because when I met you, this piece had already been done. Cheryl Henry, Dr. Cheryl Henry, is also a praying woman. She prays. She's a prayer warrior. She's part of a prayer team. They go pray for people in church. And she made this piece for you before I ever even knew you or knew anything about you. Come on over, check this out. And maybe let's put it right here so we're not in front of the thing about. Okay, not that front, right there. Now, even though you're a praying woman, I'm gonna take this as a sign that it's a project because you'll see. Would you do the pen? So, Dr. Henry hand sewed a prayer shawl for you with your son's face in the middle that she drew. If you look in this very light colored cloth in here, these are all prayers and scriptures that she put into this prayer shawl. Before we ever met, the Lord be moving, y'all. God is real and he's present. So I want to thank Dr. Cheryl Henry, and I want to thank you for the life of your son and all the prayers you fill this world with. You care to say anything?
On the night my grandson got killed, he had called me earlier that day because he was going to school and he was in the 12th grade. And I was being happy because I said, man, I ain't got one more graduate to walk down this aisle. And I said, my baby gonna do this. Then he said, he came to me one day, he said, Grandma, I'm gonna get me a job. I said, boy, go ahead, you ain't gonna get no job. That sucker said I ain't gonna let you get no job. He said, Grandma, I'm gonna get me a job. And when he was going to school, and it went daytime, and then when he got out of school, he'll go home, change clothes, he'll go to Wayne Floyd. So he said, Grandmama, didn't I tell you that? And so like that, I got that call. It was around like 2-something in the morning. I had came home one day from the nursing home because I had back surgery. And so I got that phone call. I said, what in the world calling me this time of night, Lord, waking me up. So it was my other nephew. He said, Auntie, he said, hustle dad. I said, boy, go ahead on. He said, hustle dad. So I screamed. My older granddaughter was in there with me, and my grandson was there with me. So she heard me screaming in my room. So she ran back there. She said, Grandma, what's wrong with you? I said, Dee just said that Javante just got killed. And so she ended up calling my other two daughters. So they came over to my house. So we all got to Tuskegee, and we on the way to Tuskegee, I called my daughter because she was at work. I really didn't want to tell her because I wanted her to, somebody help us to bring her because I know how depression she was going to be when she got on that road. And I didn't want to lose them, no. And so I kept praying. I said, Lord, this can't be true. And so my granddaughter, she called me. But my other cousin, she ended up driving her over here. By the time she got here, I was already here because I live in Union Springs. And they lived on the opposite side of Union Springs. And so I just kept on praying. I said, Lord, just give me strength. So he gave me strength. God is real. I know he real. And I am a praying woman. So I said, Lord, I said, the devil is a lie. He's not finna run me to death. So my daughter kept getting sick. I had to keep going to the hospital. Keep going back, taking her to the hospital. I said, Lord, please put a stop to it. So he finally put a stop to it. She calmed down for a little while, and all of a sudden, she started getting back to pray. I said, Lord, I need your strength right now. The church, my pastor, they was praying for, because my pastor is Maury L. Thornton. I belong to House of Life International in Union Springs. So they was praying for us. They was coming by visit me. They was visiting her. They was getting us spiritual and keep us focused and uplift us. And I thank them for being my pastor because I have a sweet pastor. And I love them. They not gonna tell you they gonna tell you which way to go. They not gonna sugarcoat it. They gonna tell you just what the Lord tell them to tell you. So one day she said, Jackie, I said, ma'am. She said, the Lord told me to tell you, don't cry no more. So he didn't feel no pain. And I didn't cry no more. So I know God real. All this killing and stuff out here, it's sad. And we killing each other for no reason. The other night, Wednesday night, I was sitting in the house, in my living room, I was reading my Bible. I was on Psalm 91. All of a sudden, I heard some gunshots. It sounded like it was right there close by my house. I said, devil, I have no fear. So I called the police, and I never did open my door, because once I get in my house at 8 o'clock, I don't open my door. Because I see where I stay, it be a lot of shooting too. And I live in an apartment, and it's sad. And then, like you were saying, some of the mamas take up for the kids. They know these going on. Because discipline come from your home. A lot of these parents disciplinary their kids. These kids won't be out here doing this stuff. And I just want to thank the Lord for bringing us over here safe.
Me too. Thank you.
I wasn't gonna say it first, but a lot of my strength came from got the most because my baby used to come over to Tuskegee, they are praying and feeling. And I just always say, Jonathan, stay over there. Yes. I'm sorry. I used to always say, Jonathan, stay from over there to Tuskegee because there's too much killing going on over there. I said, the thing about it, they ain't found out who's killing. I said, please stay from over there. It was like 9:59 at night. I talked to him, I was getting paid to go to work. And I asked him who he was with. And when he told me who he was with, I was gonna call him back. But I started praying, because I didn't want to with the people that he was with. It was family members and a friend. But I felt like it wasn't for him, you know. And I kept asking them to stop coming to get my baby, bring him to Tuskegee. But after he got killed, my pastor told me, and she said, that's all she said, he didn't feel any pain. She said, before that bullet even hit him, God looked the Lord. And the thing about that night, I had so many different people coming up to me in Tuskegee. When I was over there on the scene, it was like he kept saying that he was ready to go home. So I had to look at another way when he kept saying he was ready to go home that night. He didn't mean just the earth to home, he meant his head to home. So that's why I got a lot of my peace from.
Thank you so much. God bless you. All right, so there's some refreshments in the back. We're going to do this. We need to reset these easels and pictures with our next set. So we're going to take a few minutes. And Sister Erica, can we play our promo video? Okay, so she's going to put on a little promo video, give us a few minutes to get these things squared away. Is that okay with everybody? All right, thank you. So a lot of people ask about seed. What is seed? You know, some people call it seeds. There's no S, it's just seed, SEED. And it stands for Students for Education and Economic Development.
See, at the time, I had just finished doing a project in Chicago called SEED, Students for Education and Economic Development, where we had taught a lot of young people the thermodynamic economy, where you pray, Our Father throughout the church, and where you develop your institutions and your businesses. So it's like, that's what I was teaching.
This was an idea that was prayed through, that was birthed by the Reverend James Luther Bevel and some of his colleagues after the murder of Ben Wilson, who was the #1 basketball player in Chicago in 1985. And the group came together and they studied, what is murder? What is at the root of murder? And what they came up with was that murder travels on 4 legs: economic exploitation, miseducation, sexual perversity, and an improper diet. So Students for Education and Economic Development was designed to answer those issues. You replace miseducation with education. You replace economic exploitation with economic development. If you search across this country, you will find many meetings going on, but nearly zero meetings dealing specifically with developing an economic platform for young Black males. This is particularly troublesome when you consider that crack cocaine was a socially engineered scheme that was successful because there's no economic development for young Black males. So in the absence of that, drug sales are rampant. It is the economic development platform for young Black men provided by the United States government. I was with Reverend Bevel as he was transitioning in 2008. And on his deathbed, one of the things he told me was that he wanted me to go and work with Bishop Luke Edwards in Eutaw, Alabama. He talked about the kind of development that Bishop Edwards had been involved in, and he thought that it would be great for me to learn from him. And so Erica and I were trying to kind of decide where we wanted to set our roots. We were traveling around, deciding where we wanted to work. But when we went to Eutaw, when we got to Eutaw, Bishop Edwards, when I saw what he was doing and his spirit, I decided to stay and work with him. And of course, murder was not the big issue like that in Eutaw like it was in Chicago. So the first project that we started based on what we saw the need was. There were tons of children playing, ripping and running up and down the street and kind of like purposeless. And so we began gathering them together and we developed a farm school. This was based off of a project we had worked with Reverend Bevel in Chicago. We were in the 9th Ward, 43rd Precinct, Roseland, Wild Hundreds, and we had got BDs, Black disciples, to stop fighting, and we were taking them out to a farm and teaching them how to farm organically. And we had children and neighborhood people, and it was really an excellent way to engage. So when we saw all the children out, we said, well, let's start a farm school. And as we began gathering children together and counting, we wound up with on average, about 40 children. Sometimes it was up to 46, 47. Sometimes it would drop down into the 30s. But on the average, we had 40 low-income, high-risk, and special needs children. And we began to teach them how to grow food organically. It went so well that we were able to set up farmers markets with the children, roadside stands. And, we all made some money. This boy is a man who is the father of his community. When you have these, if they come to agreement, we can lift the curse off our community. It's important for us to remember the people we lost. Somebody might say, why? Now, I know something. This here that we have here today, this is called an Atonement Memorial Garden. Not just a memorial garden, it's an Atonement Memorial Garden. We're building this garden. So, the Atonement Memorial Garden is a garden that we built as part of our atonement as men for allowing our community to collapse into the condition that it's in. And we gathered children from the Ridgewood projects, and we began building this garden, and we began searching for families. And when we found those families, we invited them out to plant fruit trees in the name of their loved ones. And it turned out to be a very, very meaningful, very significant and profound, not only project, but process.
I think that is very nice because it brings back memories. His children or and myself, his mother can come out here and look at the tree, look at his children grow, and maybe get large enough they could pick some pears off of it. And they'll let them know that this tree is for Antoine.
One of the things that we noticed when we were developing this project is that the average article on black males being murdered is about 5 lines long, sometimes 4. Victim identified, such and such was killed at so-and-so place. He was shot to death. We don't know who did it. If you know, call us. Bye. And this is where we have been organizing high school students and university students. We wanted to go mostly from Tuskegee, but they've been coming in from around the country. And we have the final call staff training these children on how to do interviews, how to write articles, you know, what the composition of articles looks like. And these children, when they're ready, they actually interview the moms. And they don't do murder articles. They do life affirmations. It's a very different process.
When I turned 40 years old, Antoine said, "Mama, you 40 years old?" I said, "Yeah, Antoine." I said, "I'm 40 years old." Antoine said, "Woo-wee, Mama. Mama, you getting old, ain't you?" I said, "No, I'm not getting old, Antoine." I said, "No." "Oh, yes, you is too, Mama. Let me give you 40 licks." Antoine wanted to hit me 40 times. But we done had some good times together. Antoine was not no bad person. Anybody that knew Antoine would tell you that he was not no bad person.
So, you know, and over here I said, you know, they had a future, and this little girl saying, "I was the future," because she's no longer here.
Right.
You know, and we don't want to put a lot of negative stuff on it so
Right,
people go there
right.
and cry. We
Right.
want this to be a mural. This Atonement wall, garden mural should be a mural that uplifts people when they
Lift
see
their
it.
spirits
You know,
up.
lift their spirits.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure it looks like every child, every man, every woman, every kid. You know, this mural to me represents the forgotten that will never be forgotten now. They will always be remembered. You know, because now I'm going to use a paint that won't fade. They have a new paint that's made with a polyurethane.
Right.
That it won't fade like the old murals did when I was doing it back in the 80s. And
Back in
90s.
the 80s.
Yeah,
back
see, they got
then.
paint now that you just
That's
you
right.
use it and it's there forever. Just
Right.
like long as houses, paint on cars and houses last. That's what we're using now.
Okay.
There's a scripture in the Bible. It's in the last chapter of the Old Testament. It's called Malachi. And it says, "Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the great and dreadful coming of the Lord. He will turn the hearts of the fathers and mothers back to the children, and the hearts of the children back to the fathers, lest I come and smite the earth with a curse." When you drive up and down these roads and you see dilapidated, gutted, wore out buildings, when you see potholes in the street, when you see people just kind of hanging and don't have no direction, don't know where they're going, that's a cursed condition. Yes. It is certainly not a blessed condition. Can we agree on that? That's a cursed condition. So in Malachi, it gives you a scientific way to remove the curse. It ain't even about what religion or him religion and who, but nah. Turn your hearts back to your children, and children, you turn your hearts to the fathers and mothers, and the Lord will lift the curse.
Next up, we have for libations, Reverend Jaketta Parings.
Greetings, family. Walaikum salam. I'm Reverend Jaketta. I will be pouring libation, and typically a libation ceremony is done to honor the ancestors, the shoulders on which we stand. We are honoring them because they've laid the foundation for us. And when we think of ancestors, we typically think of elders, our grandparents, our parents, great, 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 great grandmama. Unfortunately, the reason some of you are here is that your children, your siblings, your very close loved ones are now ancestors. They know more than you do now. They know more than we do now. They know best now. So we're here to honor them for standing on their shoulders today. I want to explain what I'm using. Typically, I would have incense burning also, but because we're inside, I don't want to cloud our space. The incense provides smoke. And usually it's a rare, or not even rare, but a natural incense that you burn. And it provides the smoke that raises our prayers. It lifts our prayers up. We have the candles that provide light. And this light is the light of life. Our loved ones are still shining their light, though we can't see it anymore. Their light doesn't go away. So that light is still there. The plant represents physical life. We're still living in the physical. We're still doing this thing. We're still honoring their memories. We're still pushing forward, whether it's fighting for justice or just fighting to get up every morning. We're still in the physical, represented by the plant. And when I pour libation, I pour water. And traditionally, the libation may have been spirits, homemade. And this is a tradition that comes from Africa from millennia ago. And some of our young people have started taking up the tradition. They didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know they were tapping into home. Emailing you. They pour out 40 for the homes. That's where they got it from. They got it from home.
So that's good morning.
But it's a tradition that goes way back.
He said, yeah, he said.
Honoring our ancestors. And so we pour water, which is life-giving, and it represents our blood. It flows through us. And we add this life-giving fluid into this living body to perpetuate life. So that's what we're doing when we pour libation. And so I want to start by honoring the Creator first. Without the Creator, none of us would be here, of course. And so when I pour, we answer with Ashe or Amen, Amin. It means the same thing. Let it be so, and so it is. And so to the Creator, we first pour libation, Ashe. We pour libation to those first beings out of whose loins we all spring, which makes me your sister, which makes him my brother, which makes us all related. So to those first ancestors, we pour libation, Ashe. We pour libation to those civilizations that sprung up, the ones that formed the sciences, the arts, architecture, agriculture, the building of the pyramids, the Olmec heads, all of those sciences. You know, we had the first doctors, right? The first surgeon was us. So to them, we pour libation, Ashe. We pour libation to those who were living millennia and millennia ago, long before an enslavement was even thought of, long before the enslavers were thoughts. We were living and moving and being all around the planet, not just in Africa, but all over the planet. So to all those who were providing life, pour libation, Ashe. We pour libation to those unfortunates who got caught up in the Ma'afa as other people decided they needed to oppress. All those who got caught up in being shipped around the world, to them we pour libation, Ashe. We pour libation to those who made it across the Middle Passage and those who didn't. to those who fed their babies to the sharks so they wouldn't have to go into oppression, to those who fought, killed, and died. To them, we pour libation. Ashe. We pour libation to those who made it across, those who fought to survive, those who lived in fear every day, those who lived in defiance every day, those who were determined their progeny would be free. To them, we pour libation. Ashe. We pour libation to those who made it through, those who fought for freedom, those who are still fighting for freedom, those who are still living lives that bespeak the struggle our ancestors went through. To them, we pour libation. Ashe. And I'd like for you to take the time to call the names of those we're here to honor today, those ancestors you remember, your grandmother on whose shoulders you stand, Big Mama who raised you, Big Daddy who made sure all the electric bills were paid. Call their names. As long as we remember their names, call their names, they yet live. So call their names and we'll honor them. Ashe. 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 We're here to honor some people. Call their names. Ashe. 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 Ashe.
We can help get some of that.
Ashe.
That's what she's special.
Ashe.
So all of them, she tries
Ashe.
to observe. She tries to
Ashe. Ashe. Ashe.
that grief. Let me go see.
Ashe. And all those names you're thinking but not saying out loud, we honor all of them. And so we say, Ashe, Ashe, and Ashe. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Jaketa, for that. For the context too of what the libations really mean. Thank you so much. We're still in to set up a portion of this for the next part of the life affirmation. We do have some food being set up in the back. Are we at intermission? Yes, so if you want to get up and go in the back and grab you something to eat, you can while we continue to set up the rest of the next portion of the event. And by the way, I forgot when I first came out to welcome everybody, welcome all of the Gold Star family. I've heard so much about you all from Brother Scott and about your loved one. So thank you for coming out, and I'm glad to be here, Mom.
All right. So we're getting this thing a little bit closer.
My daughter had told me, Natasha had told me about the death in the morning.
Okay, can you come?
Yeah.
Okay, let me.
Ms. Baldwin?
Oh, Sister Patricia, let me introduce you.
And I'm sure I already asked you, Ms. Baldwin, if we had Contagious' story.
Okay, what's your name? What time y'all?
Okay, we don't have a story. And I've been instructed around, we are not gonna put Ms. Baldwin on the spot. Y'all got this. We ain't putting her on the spot, and she ain't talking. Ms. Baldwin don't feel like talking. But this one was actually personal for me, because I was out there that night. And I'm not going into it. We ain't gonna trip. But it was very personal. I was the second person to get to my brother. So this was on Savior's Day, family. February 2019, 2017. Yeah. So this was this. So I reached out to an artist that I know in New Jersey, Patterson, New Jersey, a brother named Christopher Muhammad. He does murals. And he's been doing them all over. And when he heard about what was going on here, then he wanted to do like a really kind of like, I don't know how to describe, like a lighthearted piece. Okay? So if you would.
I got them down. Okay. I got them down. I'm like, thank you. Thank you. Beautiful. Oh, she matches the portrait.
Good. That's Contagious McMahon. Very special brother. Young man, 18 years old. And so we're going to keep working with, we got to get this one framed. Brother Sherman said he wanted to frame it right. And so once we get it framed, we're going to have a part 3. And this time we'll have a story. We'll have a good story to share with you all. We're not letting him go. We're not letting him go, okay? So give this ball in the hand, y'all. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. All right. Okay. Our seed team has been working on the issue of murder, but just because we work on it, don't mean we're not touched by it. So, where Brother Arthur at? Brother Arthur, you up here? You come up here. Say. When Brother Arthur was out here, he was helping us to plant the fruit trees for the first families that came to the project and were planting fruit trees. And he told us about his nephew that had been murdered. His nephew's name is Norbert. And so, unbeknownst to Brother Arthur, when we had that Zoom room, Brother Norbert's photo was in there. And one of the artists said, man, I feel that, brother. I want to render him. And so, Brother Arthur, would you lift that hand? Yes, sir. This is Norbert Laurie. How old was he? Late 20s? 24? Okay. Yeah. So we're going to give you this to take home and give to your sister, okay? Thank you, sir, for your service. Where is my sister Shaki still here? She didn't run out on me, did she? Wait for me to turn around and dip out. Oh, there she is. This one was a rough one. All involved, I know. I'm not gonna put it out there, but you know, sometimes y'all, this stuff hit us, and it'd be difficult to even look at a photograph. How long did it take us to get that photograph? It was a long time trying to just get the photo. And who are you?
Friend of the family.
Friend of the family. Thank you. Thank you for coming. And being here. Yeah. So we finally got our photo, and there's a very special gentleman. We call him Anthony Seven. He's out of DC. And him and his wife both came onto this project. And he blew my mind when I saw what he did. So I want to ask you if you would lift that hand.
You can see it really well. Oh, okay.
Yes, man. This is Joshua Thompson, y'all. And his little girl's name is Jalea. And so I was explaining earlier what we start doing. You know, when you have art like this, it increases in value over time and with the artist doing work. And I asked the artist to include Jalea in that portrait so that this becomes an heirloom that after mom hugs it enough down the road, she can pass it to Jalea. And so that Jalea will know that she's special. And I wanted all our Black children to know that they come from greatness. Because when we lose somebody, when the media cover it, what's the few lines they give us? Victim identified. Everybody say with me, victim identified. Victim identified. So-and-so found on such and such street. We don't know who did it. But if you know, call us back. That's the 3.5 lines they give our people. And what can you show the baby? You know, so we want Jalea to know that her father was a great man, that she comes from greatness, and that the whole community came out to celebrate him and to remember him and to think about her, okay? Thank you. I'm not gonna put you on the spot. God bless you, sister. Now, Sister Robinson, hold on, Sister Robinson, yours is en route. I thought they brought it last time. You see, oops, give him a few minutes. In the meantime, and in between time, hold on 1 second. Sister Erica, did we have one for cupcakes? We do. So everybody remembers the story of Camille Cupcake McKinney.
I'm saying if you can't do the lower third, it's just, yeah.
So Camille Cupcake McKinney was a 3-year-old little girl in Birmingham who was kidnapped from in front of her home. And, you know, they did horrible things to her. They drugged her, they assaulted her, they strangled her. So it was a manhunt for her for, I think, 9 days or 11 days. And they found her, of course, in a garbage can, you know, decomposed. This is what's out there. And so we went to the memorial for Cupcake and we met her mom who had been going through it. They spread so much trash on that poor girl on the internet. She's 26 years old. And people just spread junk. And when I met her, she reminded me of Fannie Lou Hamer. Strong voice, speaking out on her own behalf and in defense of herself and her family. And it touched us. And she came out here and she planted a fruit tree in the Atonement Memorial Garden. And, you know, it's just a really heavy day because my little girl, who's around here somewhere, she followed the case. She was really hurt by what happened to the little girl. And unbeknownst to me, you know, she made Cupcake's mom a gift. So, you know, when it's a child, it's always rougher. And I met April and we were talking and my little girl came up to me and she said, "Is that Cupcake's mommy?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Would you take me over to her?" I said, "Okay." And she went over to her and she had made her a cupcake out of clay and painted it the night before and placed it in her hand. It was just one of them really, really deep moments. So April was trying to get here today, but I don't think she's going to be able to make it. Her schedule is real tight. She was trying to move some things around. But we're going to unveil a portrait for her. And we're going to be working to get this to her. This portrait was rendered by an artist by the name of Rhonda Shakur. She's out of Los Angeles. And Rhonda's a grandmother. So when she came to our Zoom room, and we had two children, we had Cupcake and we had Davion Tarver. Who remembers Davion? Remember the 4-year-old little brother? Here in Tuskegee, looking at his tablet, the bullet came through the wall and took our baby away from us. When Rhonda saw that, she said, "Now I know." She said, "I've been sick, I've been going through things, I thought that I was going to leave here, and the Lord kept me, and now I know why He kept me. It was to render these two portraits." So I just want to show you these, and if anyone, because I have lost contact with Bianca Cannon, the mother of Davion, if you know her, please let her know that she got a portrait with her. Okay, so could y'all look at the first one? So that's Camille, Cupcake, and Kitty. Yeah, go and give her a hand. Give her a hand. It's a beautiful piece. And then the second one she did was for Davion. Is that Davion right there? Let me see. Peek at it. Let me see. Hold on, we do have a piece from Cupcake. So this is called The Life of Cupcake. Camille Cupcake McKinney. She was as sweet as the sound of her name. The delightful 3-year-old toddler was the light of her family and had a smile that would illuminate the room. The second of 2 children of April Thomas, Cupcake was born 2 days before her mom's birthday. She was sweet, April Thomas said of her child with a chuckle, added, but she was feisty. I tried to hold her until April 24th, but she would have nothing to do with that, Miss Thomas said of Cupcake's April 22nd birthday. While pregnant, Miss Thomas struggled to find a name, only referring to her unborn child as Cupcake. She landed on the name Camille after the child was born. Her mother said Cupcake ran the household and wouldn't respond to any other name. Her favorite song was Burned It by the entertainer The Weeknd. She loved music and loved to eat. We would take car rides and we'd be singing with the radio as loud as it could be, Miss Thomas recalled. Cupcake and her older brother were inseparable, 2 peas in a pod. But undoubtedly, Cupcake was the boss. Miss Thomas recalled they did everything together. Her favorite show was Peppa the Pig, cartoon series produced in England. Miss Thomas still has Cupcake's 2 Peppa the Pig dolls sitting in Cupcake's favorite chair in her living room. She loved Peppa so much, she would talk in a British accent just like the cartoon, Miss Thomas laughed. Cupcake was also a big fan of Lightning McQueen, the Pixar cartoon franchise about fast racing cars. Cupcake would always frustrate her mother as well. The child would wear her brother's rubber boots to go outside regardless of the weather and regardless of what clothing she had on. She just loved to wear those boots, Miss Thomas said. But when it rained, Cupcake would intentionally splash in the puddles, dirtying her clothes. I would always get on her about that. Cupcake became a victim of senseless violence in the community, kidnapped from a relative's house by playing in the yard. But had she lived, Miss Thomas thinks her child would have become a dancer. She would always run to join the cheerleaders whenever the family attended her brother's football practices. I would have to pull her out of the cheerleader line. She loved it, Miss Thomas said. Her beloved child's disappearance happened in an instant. Miss Thomas advises parents to be aware of their surroundings, especially when away from home. That's Camille, Cupcake, and Kenny. And we thank Sister Rhonda Shakur for such a beautiful likeness. She did hers in like colored pencil, making contact. She really, really did beautiful. And this next one is our little brother, Davion Tarver. So she really, really hits off those colors. So we're going to do this, family. I think this is how we're going to do it. We're going to take another brief pause while we clear the portraits and reset our next set. In the meantime, Sister Erica, if you have one of the little video clips to play, we ask y'all to check out our video. Like EPMD, please listen to our demo. And we'll be back momentarily. Thank you.
I'm Roberta Crenshaw. I reside at Newbury Squares Complex in Houston, Texas. And I want to talk about an organization that practically saved my life. Right now, we're dealing with an event for the war on murder. This event is going to be wonderful. They made it so that the families will have somebody tell their child's story, and bringing all of us Gold Star families together and sharing. We actually have calls on Saturday, every Saturday. I was in a very depressed state before I met Scott, but one thing about them, they made me start to celebrate my two sons who were murdered. Do something about what happened. Get out in the community and talk and work with other parents who had lost their children to violence. And then I noticed Scott, he got so involved, he started, I call it Googling it and getting all kind of information, and to find out with so many families right there in Tuskegee, Macon County, who had lost their loved ones and who nobody cared about. He started calling and speaking and talking to them, and actually made me start to share my grief and my story about my two sons, who one son I never thought about his death. All the years I put it somewhere in my mind and it was stuck there. The other one was so recent that I couldn't put it away. But by learning to share my grief and let it go, this helped me get rid of some of the grief that I was holding into. I cannot tell you what they mean to me. And working with them, I got my groove back.
As by way of introduction, is share how this project started. Um, Well, we first started with what we call an Atonement Memorial Garden. And that's a garden that we built in Howard Road, the little children around Howard Road, as part of our atonement as men for letting our community collapse around us. So the first part was finding all of the families of those we had lost to murder, which, as I shared earlier, it was a chore. You know, it was actually difficult to begin finding the families. Once we found the families, we wanted to bring them out to Howard Road to plant fruit trees around the children's garden in the name of their loved ones. And they started doing that. And we did that in 2019, and the event was so well attended, was so big, that people came again from around the country, and my mother-in-law came down. And my mother-in-law had just lost her son, my wife's older brother, just two of them. And she was trying to work through this. And when she came down and she came in contact with the other families that were there, the other mothers, she felt a connection with the other mothers. And so y'all probably know Gloria Peoples. She was talking to Gloria and she told Gloria, well, look, I'm an artist. I will do a portrait for your son. And Gloria said, okay, that'll be real nice. But you know, people talk and say stuff and don't always follow through. But my mother-in-law came down 2 months later and she had rendered this beautiful, beautiful portrait of Gloria's only son, Taylor. And we set it up in my living room at about eye level. And Gloria came into the house, and when she bent the corner and ran into that portrait, everything just came out. And that blew me away, you know, because it was tears and it was a release, but it was not toxic. It was like you could feel the cleansing as she was letting that go. And I thought, man, what if we was to flood the atmosphere with this kind of energy? We always get flooded with the energy from Montgomery, the energy from Birmingham, the energy from Tuskegee. There's always this negative stuff. What if we flooded the atmosphere with this kind of energy? And that's what these unveilings do. And what you're going to see is the effect on our environment that every person that lifted the portrait and something came out, that's in the atmosphere now. But it's a good something, okay? So my mother-in-law got with Miss Crenshaw and then Miss Crenshaw's sons. And everybody who know this project and know Miss Crenshaw, you know that she lost her first son when her husband came home and beat their 2-year-old to death, come home from the war. Second son was shot up about 12 years ago. And it was a big burden on Miss Crenshaw's heart because she didn't even have a picture of her 2-year-old. And so my mother-in-law asked her for a description of the boy, and then took pictures of his cousins, and she recreated the image of what he looked like, and she created a portrait with all three of her sons together. And that just blew me away, because there wasn't no other way to bring her sons together in a portrait except you do it through some kind of art. I've heard it said that art is the highest level of expression with human beings. So what I would like to do now is introduce my mother-in-law. These are the two pieces she did up here, Taylor McPherson and Ron and Cubby. I can't think of Cubby's name right now, but it's two of them. You'll see them up here, but I'm gonna ask my wife to play a video. My mother-in-law passed of cancer last year, and that's why we weren't here doing this earlier. We were there doing hospice, and she had cancer in the brain, and you could see it affected her, but she was 82 years old and she got married, right, to an 85-year-old man. And they were doing their thing, living their best life. And we took this interview, in fact, Jihad, I think, took this interview of her the day after her marriage or the day after the wedding. And this is her talking about what this project meant to her. So I'm ask her to play that. Check it out.
My name is Jerry Henry. I live in Morristown, New Jersey. I have a daughter who lives in Tuskegee, Alabama. And I was visiting, and I'm an artist also. I did graphic arts as a career, but I'm also a portrait painter. And I came down to Alabama to visit my daughter one summer, and she introduced me to a woman named Gloria Peoples. This woman had lost her son in a violent incident. It resonated with me because I also lost my son, but it was for medical reasons and not particularly violent. However, I understood her grief and she spoke to me, and I felt we were really bonded. She was telling me about her son and what happened. And in talking, I was thinking about my own situation. And even though I had never met Gloria before, I felt like we knew each other. She was a mother who was grieving for her son, as I was. Anyway, so we get to talking a little bit more, and I told her, give me a picture of your son and I'll do a portrait for you. So I got the picture and I worked on the portrait for a long time. And when I finally got it done, I was able to go down to Tuskegee, Alabama to visit my daughter and her family. And I took the portrait with me, and it was already finished. Gloria didn't know that it was coming. And so they invited Gloria to their house. I put the portrait up on an easel and waited for her to come in. When Gloria walked in and saw the portrait, she and I just, we became one person. It was the most moving experience of my life. And I'll say to any other artist who does this, you will never feel so fulfilled because you have this special gift, and you cannot give a grieving mother anything better than a portrait, an oil portrait or any kind of portrait. A portrait is different than a photograph. It has a lot more meaning to it. And as far as painting it went, I painted this young man's face, and as I was studying his face, I felt like I got to know him. And that's the way it is when you're painting portraits. And I worked on it a long time. I wanted to get a good likeness, and I think I did. And when you finally finish the portrait and you put the final glisten in the subject's eyes, the portrait comes to life. It's like this person is alive again. So I had the portrait ready. Gloria walked into the room. She didn't see the portrait right away. I pointed it out to her, and she looked at it. It was so emotional. The two of us fell into each other's arms, and we became sisters at that very moment. And if you artists want to do something for a mother that nobody else can do using your very special talent, this is your chance to do it. And you're doing something very significant. Losing a child is bad enough, but in a violent way is even worse. So if you're a human being and you want to reach out to another person and you have this very special skill, you'd be well advised to do it. You will be richly rewarded. And I just hope that you get a good response, because there's a lot of hurting people out there. There's just too much violence in the world. Even though we can't stop it individually, one step at a time, and everything that you do to help ripples out, and other people will start to do it too. So it's a very worthwhile project, and I think you'll be very glad that you did it. And just so you know what it was I did, here's a portrait of the young man that I painted.
Would you characterize your experience as a spiritual experience?
I suppose I could characterize it as a spiritual experience, but it did something for me that I never thought would happen. I mean, I've lived my life, I'm in my 80s right now, I was younger then, but I tried to live a decent life and I tried to do what I could to make a difference. And this exercise in helping a human being in such a way that most people can't. And that's why you artists, I'm saying to you, you have a special gift, and you will feel so wonderful once you've done it. I would recommend that you make somebody feel like their child is back with them, which is what happens when you do this kind of thing.
We were pointing out in a letter to some of the administrators that were asking for help that the fine art that we're giving people,
yes,
that the artists are providing for people, may well be the only and first and only piece of fine art that they have in their home.
That's right.
And we're hoping to spur
yes,
something of a renaissance. And so Erica and I and C, you know, we really want to thank you from the depths of our heart for what you contributed, the way that you helped and healed these families. And you were our inspiration for a very, very, very singular kind of movement against murder and violence. We've had great response. I want to ask you if you would also share your experience with Miss Roberta Crenshaw.
I met Roberta Crenshaw at one of my visits to my daughter at Tuskegee, and she's a very impressive woman, and what she was doing when I got down there was to help children do their homework after school. And she seemed to be a teacher, and she loved what she was doing. And I said, and she was old enough to be retired at the time, and I said to myself, what a wonderful way to spend your time, you know, helping kids, what could be better? Anyway, we got to know each other, and she found out about this portrait that I had done, and she told me her sad story. Not one, but two of her children were murdered, and she had one left and a grandchild. So that was really traumatic, so I could not say no to that. And so I took that on and I did like a triple portrait for her. And the thing is, when you do these things, the people that you give it to, it's such a great gift that they just can't thank you enough. And you feel so fulfilled for having done it. And you want to do your best when you do these portraits and give them something of value. And most people don't have oil paintings in their homes. You know, ordinary people don't have that. So that's another aspect of this. And as a fine artist, you're contributing more than just the portrait. An introduction into the world of art also. And then if children see what you've done, and if they have artistic proclivities, they might decide, well, I could do this too. You know, so it has a lot of benefits all the way around. But basically, it's a heart-to-heart endeavor. I did not start this. It's been going on all over the country. Other portrait artists are doing the same thing. But to help people get over the trauma of having their children violently murdered is as great a gift as anybody can give another human being. And I think it's a very worthwhile endeavor. And you'll put your whole heart and soul into it, and you will feel so gratified once you get done. And you'll have the gratitude of the people and the subjects for the rest of your life. So
Yes.
I have to say, it really affected me very deeply. And woman to woman, mother to mother, grandmother to grandmother, you're bonded no matter who you are. It's a wonderful thing.
Now, with Miss Crenshaw, there was no picture. She lost her 2-year-old.
Yes.
And there was no picture of her 2-year-old.
Yes.
How did you?
Well, with Mrs. Crenshaw, when I did her portraits, one was a very little boy, and the other was a grown man. The little boy, they didn't have a picture of even, but it turns out that her grandson looked almost exactly alike. And I used the grandson's photo to do the boy's portrait, and Roberta reported to me it did look just like her son. And it was the only record she had of him, you know, as far as an image went. So that was a challenge.
Yeah. And it's actually the only family portrait she has of her 3 sons, and she could not have had it without the help of an artist. That's right.
Well, that's why you're an artist, because you can transform your oil paints into an image, into an idea. It's a wonderful gift that you have. So use it for a good cause, and this is one of the best ones. You'll never regret it.
So where did you hone your craft? Where did you cultivate your gift at?
Well, when I was a little girl, I liked, you know, drawing and that kind of thing. And I grew up in New York, which, in my opinion, if you're growing up poor, New York is the place to be, because there's so many opportunities there. For example, I went to the Brooklyn Museum, had classes for young kids, and I went there on the weekends. My parents really helped along with that. But when I got to high school, instead of going to the local neighborhood school, there was, in New York, like I said, they had these specialty schools, and the one I went to was called the High School of Industrial Arts, and it was designed to train commercial artists. And since I was doing artwork, and I decided to try out for that place, and I had a portfolio and I presented it, and I got into the school. Now, we had famous illustrators teaching us there, but also the academic teachers were excellent. So I had really got a first-class education for free in New York, and this was in the early 50s. You know, it's not like today. The nice thing about my school experience was that we students, most of us were working class children, and we came from the 5 boroughs of New York. So I know every type of person was there. And I didn't realize it at the time, but it wasn't like that throughout the whole country. It was just New York like this. We went to school with everybody. It wasn't separated or segregated. And so we got to know each other one-on-one, so it was a wonderful experience. And it's one of the things that formed me also. And I'm happy about that. And I highly recommend it. I don't live there anymore. I'm too old for it, but I'm glad that I did. Yes, so it's a wonderful gift. And if you can actually do something worthwhile with it, you really should, if you have the interest to do it. And you will be a much better person for it. You will feel very good about yourself, having made another mother in particular happy. And in Roberta's case, she didn't have any portraits of her. Those 2 were killed in such a horrific way. So my hat is off there. She's a very strong woman, and I was really happy to be associated with her. I felt humbled, you know, just being able to do something for her. She's done so much for so many other people. Yeah.
Would you share? Now, you came down in 2019 to Tuskegee, and you were there for our grand planting.
Yes.
And you were very helpful and very involved. And can you share your reflections about that?
Well, that was a very moving event, and I thought it was planned very well. I mean, the idea of planting fruit trees for these children and for their parents to be able to come and take the fruit from the trees when it was available is very symbolic and a beautiful thing. And then I got to meet a lot of those parents who had lost their children totally again. And the issue of violence in the neighborhoods is really important. And there has to be a way around it. There's violence all over. There's violence with the police and other kinds of violence. But the violence in the neighborhood too, it shouldn't happen. And people who are trying to make it stop really need your help. And I hope that you will see that and go ahead and do these portraits and fight for justice and make sure that children don't have to go through this and mothers don't lose their sons or daughters to violence that shouldn't have happened ever. So that's my plea. Do your best, and you will be very happy that you did.
Okay. Now, would you care to share anything else? Anything at all?
Should I brag about my grandkids?
Sure. I mean, only because they belong to your favorite son-in-law.
Oh, really?
Yes. But yeah, I mean, we have a little camera space and the camera's rolling. Anything you'd like to say relative to the project or anything else?
Well, I mean, I hate to brag, but my grandchildren, I know you don't expect this, but they're absolutely special. They're brilliant, and they're sweet, and they're smart, and they learn quickly, and I just adore them. I don't know what else I can say about them. And my daughter, I'm happy to say, is engaged in worthwhile work because she was trained to do that and brought up that way. And and the kids are just too cute for words. Is all I can say about them.
When Erica was growing up, did you ever picture her doing something like this?
Absolutely. I told both of my kids, I said, when you go to school and you're learning stuff, think outside the box. Don't take anybody's word for anything. Figure things out for yourself. Do not be a sheep. And that was my philosophy for them. And Erica is a good example of that.
Yeah.
You can function a lot better in the world if you don't have to depend on what somebody else says. You have to analyze things. And I think the school system would be well advised to encourage that kind of thinking, independent thinking amongst young people. And they're bombarded with all kinds of information and misinformation, and all kinds of terrible things, and we have to make decisions. I can remember when I was coming of age, and I left home and I had to take care of myself, and I went to school and I had a part-time job, and thinking to myself, oh, what do I do now? I don't know how to do anything. Should I spend the little bit of money I have on a dress, or should I pay the rent? What should I do? You have to make these decisions that you didn't have to do before. So if you had experience beforehand of analyzing everything, and I said to myself, well, I can't wear a dress if I have no place to live, so that came into play. Well, use your common sense. Common sense can't be bought, you have to be born with it. And don't let anybody ever put you down. And don't be afraid, above all, to make a mistake. And this is what people do. A lot of people are stymied because they're so petrified of not doing something exactly right. If you don't make a mistake, you won't learn anything. The man who didn't make a mistake never made anything. And that's my credo. I think you have choices in this world, and that's one of them. You don't have to take anybody's word for anything, but do your research, scientific about it. Keep learning. Learning is fun. If you teach your kids that learning is fun, you don't have to really do anything, because they'll do it on their own. And you teach them values, you teach them to use their brains. You got it made. As a parent, your job is done. And that goes for other people's children too. As a grandmother, I can say that freely.
on a food security initiative. And this is his response to the food security initiative. And just want you to kind of hear what he's saying in relationship to this beautiful city that we call home. Okay? So give us a few moments and then be up.
On March 20th, 2013, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan came to Tuskegee at the invitation of Students for Education and Economic Development, SEED Incorporated, for a visit featuring a series of unforgettable events. The minister was received at a presidential reception held in his honor by Dr. Gilbert Rashan and his wife, First Lady Patricia Rashan, and distinguished deans and scientists of the university. Minister Farrakhan stayed in the city for 4 days, visiting Tuskegee University museums, archives, and historic sites, and speaking 6 times in a whirlwind tour organized by Scott Muhammad, co-director of SEED Incorporated. Frank Bishop McDuffie, headmaster of the Laurenberg Institute, and Brother Martin Muhammad, a former SEED apprentice and CEO of Supreme Lifestyle, joined SEED for a 2.5-hour-long presentation that ignited a fiery weekend of inspiration for the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. He concluded this historic tour by visiting with the dignified matriarch of the voting rights movement, Mrs. Amelia Boynton Robinson, and announcing that he would be returning to launch the 3-year economic program from Tuskegee at a luncheon hosted by Mayor Johnny Ford. But for many, it was the PowerPoint presentation on SEED Incorporated's work in Greene County, Alabama, teaching children how to research, develop, produce, and market agricultural products by the organization's co-directors Scott Muhammad and Erica Henry that set the tone for his experience. The husband and wife team laid out point by point an elegant solution to the problem of food security in distressed communities, starting with Tuskegee. Please enjoy Brother Farrakhan's response to the SEED Food Security Initiative.
Brother Scott, if I may, if we run out of time, run out of time. But I'm sitting here inspired by what I heard and saw, and I wanted to make a comment. If this is not the time or the place, but there's so much that has come to my mind just looking at you, listening to you, Bishop and Brother. And I think I would feel choked off if I couldn't respond to the beauty of what I heard and saw. To Brother Scott and Sister Erica, to all of you who are present, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First, I want to say to Brother Scott, I was so inspired by what I heard and what I saw. And I see that God has prepared in Brother Scott and his wife and those with him an answer to problems in the inner cities, and not only in the inner cities, but everywhere I've gone in the world. What you have done with seed can be multiplied 100 times, 1,000 times.
That's right.
And we have to help seed be a national and international entity, because what you've done, you have proved the wisdom of James Bevel and the wisdom of the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And this is the way that Reverend Bevel lives. And his contribution to the rise of our people will etch his name forever in the history of our development. And the last thing I wanted to say, you know, I'm sitting listening, and I'm so inspired by what I heard. The thought came to me of what the Holy Quran teaches of what a messenger is to do. See, the messenger is only responsible to deliver the message.
That's right.
Once the message is delivered,
That's right.
the people have a responsibility to act on that message,
That's right.
and the fruit of that message will become a reality.
That's right.
And what I'm seeing here this morning is people responding to the message
That's right.
in the way we should respond. And
That's right.
the words of my brother and great teacher here, we should learn the difference between being worked and working.
That's right.
And so I want to thank you, brother, from the depth of our heart for allowing us the privilege of hearing what seed represents. And I'm sure working with Dr. Ridgely and these young people, this can be done all over America, and the inner cities will thrive. And so I thank you. Yes?
They have allowed us to keep the classroom and they moved the class to another room. And so,
We thank them. I saw in what I heard this morning the answer to the problems that we face in the inner cities and the problems that we found in the Caribbean, where this young man said when he put his hands in the soil, it did something to your mind.
Yes, right.
Yes. And because we come from the soil,
That's right.
or I should say our bodies
That's right.
are made from the soil, but our essence comes from only God. And when these two hook up, spirit and flesh, in a righteous manner, the result is solution to problems. So whatever we can do as the nation of Islam to encourage your work, it will be the fruition of the vision of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Yes, sir. That's right.
And so I pray that you will continue and grow, and whatever we can do to facilitate that growth, we want to absolutely back you in what you're doing. Now, to Brother Bishop, is Bishop your name or is it a title?
Actually, it's a nickname. My name is Frank, but if you came to Laurinburg and said, well, look, Frank, and say, pass, I'm a junior. So, Bishop is what I became.
Well, I thoroughly enjoyed hearing you and how this area is really an incubator for national and international development. We came through the Caribbean, and I was talking to prime ministers, heads of government, and everywhere we went, the words of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad came back to me. He said, brother, God has gone in front of you and made friends for you all the way around the earth. And I wondered what he meant by that. Because why would I need friends? I thought that the friends that Allah would make, he would make them for my teacher, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But everywhere we went this time, I met premiers, prime ministers, heads of banks, all of them heard the word from my teaching over these 57 years of my preaching. And now this is Prime Minister so-and-so. This is the head of the opposition. All of them had experienced the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad from our lips. And now I introduce them to Will Allen and growing power. But you have an element to that takes it a step beyond. And you know, Will is really a great agricultural giant. And for me, that giant needs to have this kind of hooking up with other giants. And in you, Brother Scott, I met another giant. Thank you, son. I understand. The scripture says, blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. And for me, I add a few words to that. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God everywhere they look. And I saw and heard God this morning in my brother and his presentation. And it's our ability to recognize God in each other that makes us work closely together for the common good. Let me close with this. When you think of a messenger delivering a message, it is like God raising a cloud. He uses the sun and the moon to draw the water up from the earth's surface, and it forms clouds. And then with the winds, he blows the cloud, as the word, over a dry, dead earth. And when the cloud gets heavy with water, it comes back to the earth depending on the current of air that the cloud is in. If it's in a warm current, it comes back as rain. If it's in a cold current, then it comes back as snow or ice or hail. So when a messenger of God spreads water, water never alters what it touches. It only brings out what is in. And so that's why a messenger of God is so important to any process, because the messenger spreads the message, and the message is water, and each human being is a seed, and in that seed is what God has deposited in the breast of every human being of himself. And he has never created a human being in which he did not place himself. Not one. So the whole secret of life is how the water is spread. And the warmth of the sun and the fertility of the earth causes the seed to swell and burst and send a root down, then a shoot up, and then you're able to recognize what was in that seed, because all seeds seem to look similar, but the seed in a seed state cannot glorify God. But it's putting the seed in the right earth, under the right circumstances, that brings out what is within. And that's why a messenger of God is the most important act that God could do in raising a people. That's the point I'm getting at. And this is why the Jews have been so powerful, because God sent them prophet after prophet after prophet, and no one can deny that they have profited from exercising the good of what the prophets taught. They just used it in a way that exploited the ignorance of others rather than sharing the richness of what God gave them. And this is the value of Reverend Bevel. This is the value of anyone whom God has blessed with knowledge, that you share what God has blessed you with like a messenger. And what I saw and heard this morning was a perfect representation of water falling on good soil. And it brought out a Scott Muhammad. People used to always talk about how a man and a woman, they work together for that glory of doing God's will. And you and your wife have proved that point. And what you grew in your garden, and what you've done with young people, that proves the point that farming is the essence of all labor. It starts from our relationship with the earth. So I want to thank you again for allowing me this privilege to have these few words. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace. Okay, family, by popular request, before we show the rest of the portraits, everyone wants to know, or several people want to know, could you come up and just kind of look at the ones that's here, because some people are going to be leaving and taking their portraits. So please come. We're going to take about 10 minutes to let everybody check the ones out. Then those families that are leaving can take theirs, and we'll be unveiling the next set that you don't want to miss. Hey, Sister Lucille, what you doing? Good to see you. All right? So please help us here. Keep taking my man. And he did this as one of the logos for the war on murder. And if you look up the woman of Revelations, you'll notice you never see her rendered as a black woman. But today, you can see her as she is. So come on up, y'all, check it out. would be very remiss if we started this without introducing our brother Sherman Murray. This is the brother, Sherman X. Murray, who did all these frames, y'all. Please give him a warm Brother Sherman is a professional furniture maker. And it used to be that he would make furniture for people all around the town. But then he found that he loved quail farming. And so now he's our town quail farmer. And so he really don't do the frames as much. And the brother's been building container box houses and he does a lot, but he cut some time out, y'all, and did these frames. I am eternally grateful to Brother Sherman and his beautiful heart. Anything that you don't even have to ask him, anything he see need to be done, that brother jumps up and institutes. So again, we're very thankful. All right. Oh, I'm sitting here with a package from Ms. Robinson. It's like she ain't gonna do a big talk. Excuse me. Ms. Robinson all up in our food and stuff.
You heard me.
All right. So we're going to start off. And do we have the story for Paul Brown? So we have a colleague who came and traveled all the way down from Virginia and planted a fruit tree for her brother, Paul Brown. And she came with her beautiful mother and a very strong husband, Brother Jerome. We since lost her mother, but Sister Zatima is holding everything down. I'm going to ask Sister Zatima that you would give me a moment because I'm waiting for Paul's story. I'm sorry, Sister Zatima is joining us virtually. Everybody say, hey, Sister Zatima.
Hey, Sister Zatima.
All right. So she's joining us virtually with her family. So I'm going to ask y'all, just give me a moment. I'm waiting for your story to be pulled up. We're publishing a book, everything is pushed into this book, so we got to go through it. I thought we would have them like sheets of paper, but we don't. While we are waiting for Sister Zatima, there is another special family, and I'm searching for that story. I think it's Good Morning, right? Is that what that story is? Can you come up here, Sister Robinson? Yeah, keep going. So this is my sister here. She's very special. When I tell you, her son was one of the first people I met when I moved to my apartment over on Howard Road, and he looked just like his mama. And if you look over at the table, you can walk all around. I ain't got to tell you nothing. Everybody look like everybody over at that table. Strong gene and strong spirit. Just beautiful people. And like I fell in love with her son. He was a good brother, and he used to see me. And, I'm an FOI, so he just used to call me, hey, brother, so my name is brother, you know what I mean? So I'm very, very, very thankful. I'm waiting for your story. Somebody gonna print your story up for me and put it on the phone and bring it up to me, and I'm gonna read it. But meanwhile, family, come on up, where's the boys at? Come on, little brothers. This portrait was rendered. And you know what, y'all? We stand in the front of this projector. So why don't we move it down this way? So we're not in the way. This portrait was rendered by a very beautiful young sister named Khalide Muhammad. Khalide, come on over this way, young man. Khalide is, and where's Sister Dr. Yes, ma'am. Can you turn that camera this way? Thank you. At Reverend Kennedy, y'all. She's actually one of our ministerial team. So she does a lot of ministering to the moms. But Sister Holiday lived on the West Coast. And her now husband, Brother Jabril, lived on the East Coast. And during this project, they courted and got married. Now, I'm very proud of them. And she took the time, she wanted this to be very special. Little brothers, I want you to know your dad was a great man. And you come from greatness. You see these people out here? These people came to see your dad because he's so great. So we all wanted to honor him. And in honoring him, we wanted to recognize you, okay? You see my dad. All right? You come from greatness? Huh? What about you? You come from greatness? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You come from greatness too. All right? So I want y'all to lift that veil. There we go. You gotta set it up another way. Yes.
Mama, dad look like that.
He looking off to the side. Well, you gotta ask your grandma about that. Fine. Add flavor to the event. So do you like it? Okay, good. Well, that's what I'm thankful that you like it. Okay. There you go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, you gotta listen a different way now. You gotta do what's called internal or inside listening. You don't hear him on the outside. Now you gotta hear him on the inside. Stuff that he said to you, things that he told you that you need to do. When you get into spots, you bring that back up to your mind. That's how you keep it with you. Do that make sense? All right. Well, thank you, family. Now, do you want to say anything at all?
I just wanted to say thank you to C, thank you to everybody. I'm so blessed to even be in this, group with you guys. And I appreciate everything.
And do we have that story yet? No? Okay. So I tell you what, we're going to come back, we're going to circle back around and read the story when we pull it up. It's a very powerful story. Okay? Y'all good? Oh, yes. Listen, you taking that home with you. But let me ask you a question. Can we keep it up here so people can come and look at your dad before they leave? And before you leave, you just come and you get it. And if you got a problem, tell Brother Tim. He's a problem solver, okay? Yeah, well, you got to work that out with them. I ain't getting in that. Sis, did you have anything? Appreciate you. All right. So we'll leave that here for now. We'll get through. Okay. All right. I think I found this story. Mr. Good Morning, T.O. Did I say it right? Give it to me the right way. Who can say it right? Okay. Tori Robinson, you were born into a life of enjoyment on September 6, 1987. From an infant to an outgoing child and adult, you played Little League and basketball and football. Your family supported you in all your athletic endeavors. Growing up, you were extremely close to your brother and sister, who are both twins and the opposite of your bold personality. Tori, you enjoyed working. So many loved you. Everybody affectionately called you Mr. Good Morning, T.O. Pronounced Mr. Good Morning, T.O. And you were a mama's boy. You called her Mama Dukes. You would always ask her how she was doing, all the while pursuing your money-making goals. Your passing took a toll on your family, friends, and community. Your two sons, Bryson and Tori Jr., are here to continue your legacy of life celebration. Your children are one of the proudest moments in your life. But life can at times take hold and throw a person in a direction they wouldn't normally take. That happened with the passing of your father. This led to depression, which caused you to drink. Never truly getting over the grief entirely, the misfortune didn't stop you from enjoying various people and their lives. You were never a stranger. Your friendly personality made you known throughout Tuskegee. Tori, you had a favorite dish of boiled chicken and rice with seasoned salt. You added seasoned salt to everything you ate in life. When someone was not being nice, one of your quotes you would tell them was, "Stop acting Sunday." The rapper Kevin Gates' music could be heard bumping in the background of phone conversations when you would call others. You were always full of life and having a ball. On July 17, 2022, an exchange of words ended with an exchange of your precious life. You and your cousins were only trying to enjoy life that day at a party. Your mother, Diane Robinson, tells us you would not want us to stop enjoying life because you enjoy life to the fullest. Your mother mentioned that she was not the only one who lost a son, a young black man. She said another black child would be taken from his family also, leaving his mother and family to suffer for years from an incarceration of his own life. Your mother said this system is designed to destroy the lives of young black men and women. She said she is coping with grief head on when it comes up and not to run from it, even though grief is one of the most difficult. She said there are bad days, but when thinking on memories that were once shared as a family, friends, and community, we grow. Life continues to flow in the absence of Mr. Good Morning, T.O., who would also say, "Stop acting Sunday when things are not going so well." We're doing that, Tori. And that's by our sister Natasha Muhammad out of Indianapolis. Thank you, Sister Natasha. Okay. Did we find Mr. Paul Brown's story yet? Okay.
Yeah.
My goodness. Give me 1 second. Okay, trying to see if we can. Oh, did that one? Sure. Okay. Okay. Well, I will let it go for now. And Brother Tim, would you care to lift veil? Oh, Sister Kenya, thank you. You lift the veil for Brother Paul Brown, Sister Satima, watching in cyberspace.
This is good.
All right. Paul Brown, everybody. And that's his son Elijah on his shoulders. who we're hoping to help get to Tuskegee. For our next one, we have this framed up, and Paul can lift the veil and represent his dad. So give them a hand, y'all. And let me see. Brother Johnny, come up here for a second. And Sister Latricia. Sister Latricia, let my sweets alone. You're always on my sweets. This is my brother Johnny Muhammad, and his wonderful wife is running. Don't nobody look, because she don't like for people to look at her when she's hurting. You know, we like to be glad, being real smooth, like you good, sister. This is Johnny and Latricia Muhammad. They're very special people. Sister Latricia is what we call the diamond in water. She's not only serves on our ministry team, just speaking to mothers in our weekly meetings, but she's learned in a very profound science of how to lift grief out of the cells of your body. And it's a really interesting feeling when that grief is lifted out of the cells of your body. It's not there anymore. Then you can enjoy those memories, Ms. Roberts, without the pain that's attached to them. And so we're very thankful for you, Sister Latricia. And my brother Johnny here, he comes down and he helps us to dig the holes for the fruit trees. And, you know, we wanted to try to do something for Brother Johnny. And Sister Erica, are you able to do something for Brother Johnny? You good? I don't see it.
Hold on.
Well, I'm looking at it.
One moment.
You supposed to, he got me out here with one of them papers that if you like me, check yes. Oh, that's the computer. No?
It just, you gotta wait.
Okay. Who in here is the patient type? Y'all are? Guess who ain't the patient type? Yeah, who wasn't wait for my stuff right now. So, do we have a story on Liliana? We don't have a story on you yet? Okay. Gotcha, we tried to get it. We're gonna get it and get her in the book. Would you share just a little bit? Because you weren't prepared to.
Assalamu alaikum, family. I'm just honored to be here, be a part of the SEED program. I believe what Brother Scott and the rest of the program was going to do was maybe put a picture of my daughter up, Ileana. She was 15 years old when she was taken from us. And we did a tree, and the tree to me was so symbolic to her because she was giving just like the tree. And the tree don't care who picks that fruit. She didn't care who she gave to. She didn't cherish. It's a little hard to talk about. I need some of that hard. Yeah. But I appreciate the program. I appreciate everybody being here. And I truly enjoy seeing all the faces.
Thank you, Brother John. So, just finish doing what you're doing. When we get ready for you, we call you back, okay? Thank you. Sorry, y'all. All right. So, we're going to move on then. So what we're going to do then is we have a couple portraits from some of our people who are not here. And is Miss Sellers, you still in the house? She come up. So you also had a cousin that lost his life, Mr. McCasey Parker. So I know some of his relatives, but we were not able to make contact with his mom. But the portrait that was done by a brother out of Washington, D.C., named Carlos Walker. And y'all, Carlos Walker is one of these kind of individuals who just like, I don't care what you throw at him, he keep on rising up. And he was incarcerated. And they gave him some like 13, 14 years. And he ended up, he one of the people who somehow you look up and, you know, they cut his time, right? And he did a book while he was incarcerated. And in his book, he took all of the most famous black people you know and turned them white. And he took all the most famous white people you know and turned them black. And he had put it out there just to see how I do, right? So there was Donald Trump, looking just like Trump, but he was black. There was Martin Luther King, white, getting beat up by black police officers, right? My favorite one, though, of all of them, he had a family sitting down to eat dinner, and it was a white dad, and it was a white mother, and it was two white children. But it had a big black burly Jesus on the wall. Just so you can see some of the psychology, how it looks. Sometimes you gotta take a step back and see what this looks like. Big black burly Jesus on the wall. You hear me? And so when I told him a little bit about McCasey's story, he did his piece, and I'd like to ask you, would you lift the veil for us? What do you think? I look like him? Really? Maybe. Okay. So this was I really liked it. Like the picture that I had it looks just like the picture. It's on the National Gun Site Memorial, National Gun Memorial list. But they had pictures of him, and we pulled it off of there, and he rented this for him. And so Brother Sherman did this frame, and if you talk to him, let him know. You can take a picture of him maybe, and pass it to him, and tell us God Muhammad is trying to find a nice place on his wall right now to put this portrait, if you don't hurry up. All right, thank you. Give Mr. Carlos Walker a hand, y'all. And let me see. Oh, I don't know anybody. Did anybody know Quanisha Robinson? Quanisha Robinson. She was a young woman who was murdered over at Hollow Road Projects. I think in 2019, around in there, 2020, somewhere up in there. And she was 7 months pregnant. And I think she left 2 or 3 girls behind. And every now and then when I'd be out and about, I would run into people like in Auburn. Her children went to school, and I ran into one of her teachers, one of the teachers of her children. It was a lot. I shared this with an artist out of Chicago named Rob C. Owens. He's one of the 25 who's who and up-and-coming artists in the world. And let me see, Pastor Lewis, would you do us the honors? I was so blown away by this. Yes, sir, that's the done. This is an oil painting. These are very very valuable paintings. It took over a month to dry, to go dry enough so that he could even put it in the mail off to us. But this was Quenisha Robinson. So I met her dad, and I'm hoping to reconnect with him so that I can get him this portrait. So we're going to take a few minutes to change the portraits out, and we'll be right back. We're going to go digital with this next set for those of you whose portraits are in mail and transit. We'll show the digital versions that we have, okay? So thank you. Give us a couple minutes. Vibe at her. Is that all right with vibing at you? Just vibe at her. They know how to vibe. And if you feel compelled, maybe slip on up and give her a shoulder bump. Just look, don't knock her down though. Just give her a shoulder bump. Maybe she accepts hugs, I don't know. But this is her son, Davion, who we lost, and I met her at a memorial for him. And, you know, may I ask how old you are? She's 33 now, it's been a few years. And it's very difficult anytime we're dealing with a young, and some of y'all who have had the opportunity to be more mature when you were grieving your loss, I'm sure you can imagine what it's like to be 26 or 27 mourning such a terrible tragedy. So part of what we want to do in this project is when you see our babies like this, y'all just, whatever you can do a kindness for her, to help her, do it. That's what makes us better. I would say one more thing before I let you down, okay? It's an anthropologist named Margaret Mead. What's her name?
Margaret Mead.
Margaret Mead. And somebody bring me up some tissue, please. And they were asking Miss Mead, Miss Margaret Mead, they said, well, how do you tell where a people are in civilization? They thought she was going to talk about when they went to using stone tools to iron tools or clay pots or fire. That's not what she said. She said she knew when a civilization had rose to the point where they were becoming civilized by checking for broken femur bones. She said when an animal in the wild breaks his femur bone, that's it for him. He can't hunt, he can't protect nobody. Hey, no hard feelings, but now you hold the rest of the pack back. We gonna move and leave you here at the old hole, we going to a new hole. When man broke his femur bone and the people stayed there and cared for him or her until it mended, that's when they knew we had rose from one level to the next in civilization. As horrible and painful as a broken femur bone is, it does not come close to a broken heart. So when we see one another and our hearts are visibly broken, stop what you're doing and care for your neighbor, care for one another. This is how God raises us. Not because we can quote 1,000 scriptures. It's when we demonstrate love for each other, because it shows consideration of what he had in mind when he made this beautiful young woman, that you would stop in your day and show us some love. Do that make sense? So let's do that, not just banging our gums about the fact. Let's do that for real. So I was going to put this in my living room because I love the colors with the turquoise around it and the way she caught it. This is Sister Rhonda Shakur's work. That's the artist. And what I would like to do, I want to pass you her number, because I shared this earlier. Miss Shakur's daughter passed away. And Miss Shakur had several health issues and she thought she was going to die. And she lived. But she didn't know why she was still alive. Then we met through another artist And she came to a meeting I had where I was showing all these pictures, all these people. When she saw the babies, she said, now I know why God kept me here. Now I know why I'm not dead yet. She said, it's my job and duty to render these portraits. So I'm gonna give you your portrait, and you take this to your chair, and I hope 100 people hug you on your way there and make you take 15 minutes to get to your seat. I'm gonna see them be watching too. All right? Give her a hand, y'all. All right. We got one more.
Do you know what's something like it?
Hey, give me 1 second. And give us 1 second, family. We have us show enough love fest over here, and I don't want to rush it because this is what healing actually is. Okay. So we're going to go digital when we get back. We're waiting on our uploads. We have some beautiful art from Nigeria that we would like to share with you from our brothers and our sisters overseas. So give us a moment while that's loading up, and we're going to grab a couple of portraits and put them up here. We're also waiting on a digital upload for Preston Bell, and 1 or 2 more. We'll be ready for it. And then, is Jihad still here?
Just walk up the
So, y'all, this is, everybody know Miss Washington Fields. This is another spiritual giant that walks among us. And very beautiful. And you know, she lost her son, Antonio, to murder and violence. And she also lost her son at BTW. He collapsed on the court playing basketball. He was 15, right? A number of years ago. So, again, y'all, you know, this is why, look, we were taught like this. You never know what anybody going through. But we got to say it. When you're dealing with the people who have been dealing with oppression and fresh off the plantation, as Dr. Washington said, we're coming up from slavery, you never know what a person is dealing with in his or her life. It's okay to give the other guy a break sometimes. Sometimes you will walk up on us and you will say, why you got a tube? Why you got an attitude? You know, it don't have nothing to do with you. I promise. They might be dealing with stuff that happened before they was even born. All up in their sins. So give the next guy a break, okay? Yeah. Miss Fields, ready? Come on, let's see what we got. Now, I gotta take a lot of credit for this one, because the artist who worked on Miss Fields' art, his name is Scott Muhammad. It's not me though. See, I'm chocolate and he's butterscotch. See, he likes skinned, but he ain't light skinned, but you know. But we got the market corner, is what I'm saying. And Scott Muhammad is a mathematician and student of physics in Baltimore. And he and I share the same birthday, September 22nd. And I met him on this project, and he came on board in a time where I was struggling looking for artists, and he said, man, listen, I would take two and render two. But I have all these people with these Instagram pages with all this artwork and stuff, and I'm like, Scott, you got an example? What you school, bro? You know, because you're a math dude, where you are at. He's like, no, I got you. And he sent me this piece, and I was floored. So if y'all will, oh, wait, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Miss Fields. You want them to do it for you? Y'all left it. Bam, but see, it's like one of them Russian dials inside the clock. You gotta keep opening boxes and stuff. Yes, ma'am. So this is me, Antonio Fields, y'all. The picture that we had, we didn't have the best picture. So Scott used his creativity. And he came and he did some sun. You got the duck. He put the universe in this brother. And now, Ms. Fields, you have to be very careful because this rubs. It's not chalk, it's contact. So it's very delicate. Now, I know we have a mat for this. And do you want us to keep it in frame? I'm sorry, look, I've been going too fast. You take your time.
tissues.
And look, don't be scared. Where's my Reverend Cat at? Come on up here, Reverend Cat, share her. Yeah, come on. Mm-hmm. Listen, y'all, I'm serious. Don't let these people have an easy way back to their seat. Make them have to run a hug gauntlet, a hug obstacle course. Give them, squeeze them, and let them know that they got a community here. I don't care what was going on yesterday before we got here. Today, we're establishing something new going forward. Okay? You okay? Now, would you like us to keep it in frame, or you just want to take it with you right now? You take it? Man, I have a spot, boy. I was in my, ooh, okay, you got it. So, do you mind if we leave it sitting up for a little bit so people can come up and see it? Okay. And what we'll do, yeah, there you go, fam. My brothers know exactly what to do. Yeah, just like that. We just right there. That is, well, Scott is a bad man. Come on up, sis. Got it. Oh, you got that long legs. Isn't it beautiful? Brother Scott Muhammad out of Baltimore. Well, you know what? Don't trip. So we'll go with them. I'm gonna do. I know it's a little unorthodox, but everybody would like to come up and see this because it's very delicate. We can't do a lot of moving it. Y'all come on up and check it out. And don't let Miss Fields scare you. She accepts hugs. Don't let her scare you. I want y'all to notice this. No. Everybody else, the nights we went to their seats, it was all kind and doing the right thing. But then you got Cheryl and Yaki, they still up here. They still up here looking it up. So why you up here? Let me see. Let me see what we got. Help me out. I don't know about that. That the one you just put up right there? Why y'all down there? Come down here. Man. Lord have mercy. I'm going to just start randomly getting people to help me do my unveilings. All right. How you doing, Yahi? Yahi did that one right there, y'all. That our logo. So I up here called the public scene. Cheryl, would you pull that up? Isn't that your cousin? Tell us about it. So this is Terrell Nonis, and that's his little girl. And when Sister Erica and I first started searching for the families of murder victims, this was one of the first people that came up with it. It was 2015. And his story was a little different. It did not say victim identified, so and so found on such and such street. They took this boy and they said that he had been killed, but then they spent 3 paragraphs trashing him. Oh, when he was in high school, he smoked some weed. Oh, he once had a gun. He sounded like a good Christian boy to me. You know, all of them being the NRA smoking weed. What's the problem with him? He was shot to death. And this is what you got to say about him? Now, what struck me was he was 27 years old. In 2015, this city had been rated a persistent poverty community, a persistent poverty county. They said that this county had over half its residents under the poverty line for 40 years, which means he was conceived, born, raised in persistent poverty. So why did they not talk about any of the persistent poverty factors as being a factor in his murder? All of the institutions got off scot-free, and they put the weight of the whole system on this little black boy. And I was like, nah, we ain't going there. The artist who rendered this portrait is Sister Erica's Uncle Bill. He's an artist like his little sister, her mom. And Uncle Bill did this digitally, and you know, he finagled it some, however you say it. I mean, he put some sauce on that. I really, really liked this portrait. His grandmother passed, and so we did not have anybody to give this portrait to. And just like the rest, I got a big room in my house that I had plans for all y'all portraits if you ain't show up. But since you showed up, I wanted to know if you would take this portrait in honor of the rest of your family. Okay, but not right now, put it up here so everybody can see it first. Now, would y'all please go sit down? Come here, Cheryl. Love you, my sis. All right. Oh. So I'm gonna do this one down here. Now, let me say this, y'all. I know that many of our artists are watching, and I know a lot about our artists because I was the artist recruiter, just like I was the family person. But I was not over Project Life Affirmations. Once we got the project rolling, and we got the likes of Brother James Muhammad to come on, I did the most intelligent thing a man could do. I got out of his way and let him work pulling together the writers and training the writers. So I would meet the writers. I would be invited to share about the project, but he was the one who really worked with them, and he wasn't able to be here. So I don't want it to come off that I'm not giving the writers their props, because the writing part is actually it's like the engine. The art is beautiful. It's what draws everybody's attention. But when you hear the story of who was lost, you learn about, we're gonna demonstrate that with this Bell story. You know, that you gotta hear the stories. Listen, Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan coined a phrase. He said that he who gives you the diameter of your thinking controls the circumference of your activity. Now, a circle, a whole circle, when you measure the outside of it, that's called the circumference. If you cut it in half, the measure of half of it is the diameter. Is that right, Brother Luke 1? That's the mathematician, sir. So, whoever feed you the diameter of your thinking controls the whole of your activity. Now, nobody ever talks about that when they're dealing with our children. I was writing an intro for our book, my part of the intro. And where I went with it, Brother Aaron, who watches Joe and Mika in the morning? Hot coffee with Joe or something like that? Okay, now see, I'm not familiar with them like that, but it's Mika Brzezinski, who is the daughter of Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was the partner of Henry Kissinger, who wrote the depopulation plan for black people in the world. Who knew that there was a depopulation plan for black people in the world? Okay? It's called NSSM 200. Henry Kissinger, Secretary of State, said that the greatest threat to American national security was the growth of so many dark black people around the planet. So they came up with a plan to take 3 to 4 billion people off the planet. His daughter got a morning show with her husband, who used to be a congressman, the Aspen scandal, named Joe Scarborough. So they were talking, and they were talking about President Trump. And this woman said, you know, the problem with this is he's making up his own facts. And if he can make up his own facts, he can get people to believe what he say. And if he get people to believe what he say, well, he'll start to control their thinking, and that's our job. She said this, y'all, in the daytime with the lights on. If they are feeding our thinking, why don't they get charged with the fruits of our activities? You know? So all of these young people up here, I could say all that I'm saying to you right now. You might say, yeah, Brother Muhammad, that's deep stuff, sound deep, and yell deep. And you'll walk out the door, and everything I said will slide out of your ear. But when you read the stories of people that you know, it hit way different. When you read these stories, and it's not just victim identified, this is a young man or a young woman with a life, it hit way different. I want to come over here very briefly, because Scott Muhammad got me going now, because that piece that he did for Miss Field was so beautiful. There was a student here in Tuskegee. His name was B.J. Smith. I think that's it. Yeah. B.J. Smith. B.J. Smith was the captain of the tennis team. And we were a part of the move to get the tennis courts renamed after B.J. Smith. His mother, beautiful woman, she suffered a couple tragedies in the row that has been very difficult for her to overcome. She lost her daughter, Nikki, and not long after that, she died in a car accident. She lost BJ. He was at an off-campus party. Shots was fired. A bullet ricocheted off of a trash can and hit this little brother in the back. And he waited and waited and waited for an ambulance and drowned in his own blood. You know, these things, this is what happens. Now, he wasn't in the game, he wasn't in a fight. Somebody with a joy shooting. Bullet ricocheted. Wasn't trying to kill BJ. But BJ did nonetheless. Right? So, Ms. Smith couldn't be here today, but we're going to have her here at some point, and we will deal with the affirmations that one of our writers write for her. But Scott Muhammad saw BJ's face in the queue, and he decided to render this portrait. So would you do us the honors, Brother Aaron? Up a little bit. You can kind of see that Scott got a style. You see how deep, rich, and vibrant those colors are? That brother really, very thankful for his participation in this program. He really captured it. See, I had an artist do BJ before, Miss and I. You see, she left it back. She said, I want something to look like my baby. Bring her stuff. And so I was scared. I said, now, Scott, you know, you was a mathematician, and you over here. Now, she already done, crumpled up one artist and sent him back. You sure you want to mess with this? He said, I got you. And he really put it together. Yes, so we'll keep that there. Will it stay up or we got to close? Okay. Okay. Well, I ain't going to argue with that. Get out the way. Okay. How's everybody doing?
Fine, sir.
I know it's long. We ain't going to keep it too much longer. We will probably save the ones of those who are not here for part 3, except those that we have digitally. Are we ready? All right. And let me ask you this. If we have their life affirmations that we can pull up, then I want to ask for a little help reading them. I'm going to read presents. That's what I got to read, presents. My sister Tia. So, Sister Erica, are we starting with number 1? There's my brother. There it is. Yes, sir. This is Sister Ileana. This is Brother Johnny, daughter. He and Sister Patricia. This was rendered by Mackenzie Scott. We all call her the Mad Giraffe inside your studio. So she rendered that one for you. So that one is in the mail, brother. It may actually be here from FedEx, but we weren't there to receive it. If not, I'm sure it will be here on Monday. Sister, go to the next one. Miss Bell, who was that? Come on up here, Miss Bell. This is another Tuskegee spiritual giant. Y'all, you don't have people the likes of Booker T. Washington and George Washington Carver coming to your city and energy not kicked up. How does it look, Miss Bell? You love it? I love it too. Now, this was a young woman out of North Carolina. Her name is Valencia Goodwin. Hope I got that all right. And she did this piece, and we were trying to get it. It was supposed to be here by FedEx, but I didn't have it this morning. But we're gonna keep on checking till we get it okay. Deeply appreciate and love you for everything you do. May I have a hug? And let's read the rest. Now, this story was written by an amazing young woman named Sister Fatia Muhammad out of, is it Canton? Is she in Canton, Ohio? And I believe she recruited you, or you recruited the trade. Yes, they be doing stuff. So this is her story, man. Okay. Valencia M. Goodwin. Okay. The name of this is, wait. The title of this is Cinnamon Buns, Chocolate Milk, and Leather Pants. It is no coincidence that Tuskegee, the name of a Creek Native American settlement, means warriors. Ms. Jane Bell is indeed a spiritual warrior, born and raised in this historic town. A member of Mount Olive Baptist Church and a devoted mother, she worked as a welder for 40 years. At age 71, Ms. Jane continues to work because she enjoys being active. Presley Bell, named after his granddaddy, Presley Sr., was the oldest of her 3 children born and raised in Tuskegee. He was a star basketball player at Notasulga High School, where his championship pictures still adorn the walls. Presley was protective of his family and made sure the sun did not set without telling his mom he loved her every day. Stay close to your children. You never know if this will be the last time you'll see them. Always tell them what's right and listen to your first mind, Miss Jane advises. She taught her son welding, though he preferred carpentry. He became a certified welder and skilled in carpentry. Presley worked hard and loved to eat. His favorite foods were collard greens, fried chicken, black-eyed peas, ketchup, and biscuits and syrup. My mama would always make biscuits with syrup for him. He liked them so much, he asked her to teach him how to make them. He would make that meal for himself every night, she recalls. But most of all, Presley loved cinnamon buns and chocolate milk. Miss Jane remembers when her mother, who was helping to raise Presley, gave him money to get himself some cinnamon buns and chocolate milk at the store. I'll never forget what he said as a little boy. In his little pair of leather pants, he said, now I have my own leather pants, but I gotta have some cinnamon buns and chocolate milk, she laughs. Presley was proud of his sisters, Gloria and Lakeisha. Gloria, the youngest, remembers her brother misplacing everything and making her and her friends help him look for it. Lakeisha made military history, ranking in the top 5 as the first Black and the first female chief warrant officer, 5 in the U.S. Army Air Defense Artillery. She says Presley was like a father to his siblings and taught Lakeisha valuable basketball skills that got her to college on a basketball scholarship. The sisters' funniest memories of Presley were when they were little. Their friends thought Presley was so handsome, they were willing to pay to have his school pictures for themselves. As the star basketball player on the team, every time Presley scored a point, a bell was rung, giving credit to his athleticism and his last name. On the front of Tuskegee's newspaper, the headline would read, "A smiling Bell." Those were proud moments for the family. The Bell women agreed that Presley was a strong father figure to his nephews and a strength in their community, mannerable and a genuinely good person. Presley was murdered May 1st, 2006, while saving the life of another. Witnesses say Presley's last words were, "Tell my mama I love her. Tell my mama I love her." Ms. Jane says the pain of losing a child is synonymous to losing an arm or leg. A part of herself is gone. God prepared me long before this moment. Listen to the Holy Spirit and let it guide you, she says. Gloria adds, you never get past losing a loved one. You just learn to live without them by continuing on with life. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So you can see. Would you like to say a few words? So y'all can see though how much different that is from victim identified. So Papa says that street. Leave the whole life and the meaning of his life out. You don't get to know nothing about his mom or family. That's not journalism. That's propaganda. Love you, Miss Bell. And we're gonna keep on working with you. We ain't done. We got some more things left to come. If you ain't, I don't know what you got going on tomorrow, but that young lady over there ain't got enough to do. Her name is Patricia. Can you see her? Yeah, she's trying to scare you, so that's thank you, Miss Bell. Give Miss Bell a hand. And thank you, Sister Fatia. This portrait right here that my mother-in-law Jerry Henry did for Miss Roberta Crenshaw, her 2 sons, Robert and Ron Crenshaw, and Brother James Muhammad, former editor-in-chief of the Final Call, he actually wrote their story. And I'm going to give it a go for that one. It says, I called them Cubby and the Philosopher. Cubby was Robert Crenshaw, born in 1968, and the Philosopher was his older brother, Ronald III, born in 1967. They were born in Schenectady, New York. Cubby's birth was a lot of pain. Losing them both to murder is a pain that lives with me daily. Robert was murdered in 1970. Ronald was murdered in 2009. Robert, who was just over 2 when he passed, was a little fat boy who was always hugging on somebody. He had hazel eyes and a little round face, but he was also quiet and mischievous. He had a goldfish bowl. Occasionally we would see a fish on the floor. We didn't know how it was happening. That is, until we caught Robert in the act. That little boy would walk over to the goldfish bowl, reach in, and put one on the floor. I couldn't believe it. But Robert was also the type of child, if you were babysitting him, you would have to check his diaper to see if he needed a change. He wasn't the crying type. He was an old soul who at 2 years old would hold his baby brother Yusuf and sing a nursery rhyme while rocking him back and forth. He would always pinch my cheek. One day, Robert found his way down from the staircase of our 3rd floor apartment, and somehow he walked a short distance to a furniture upholstery store that had a wooden rocking horse for children. He climbed on it, and when he saw me, all he said was, "Hi, Mom." When the police arrived at the store, all he wanted to do was rub their badges. Robert had sandy brown curly hair. He would have been a heartthrob. Ronald, the third, was a sensitive child. Ronald's birth came a month late. The day he was born, he was the only boy in a nursery with 20 girls born that day. He had an infectious smile. All my adult friends wanted to be his godfather or godmother. The teenage boys took a liking to him and would want to take him places. He and Robert were close. Robert liked to read, and his favorite color was red. He was very good at Pop Warner football and played baseball and basketball in high school. He was a sensitive child. He quit football when he tackled a boy and badly injured him. Robert was good in math and social studies, but he suffered a nervous breakdown in elementary school. As he got older, he started hanging around crowds that I didn't think were the best for him, so we moved to Tuskegee. He was proud to attend Tuskegee University, but he never finished. But he helped me to pay for his brother Yusuf to go to college. As Ron got older, he moved back to Schenectady, New York, where he eventually married and had 5 children. He would call me every morning around 5:30. He read 3 or 4 newspapers every day. He liked classical music and rap. He was up to date on everything. Ronald became loved in his community. They called him the Pied Piper because he attracted the children like a protector. The last words I heard from him were, "Mom, you did a good job." To this day, people from his neighborhood visit his gravesite on the anniversary of this day. And that is Robert Crenshaw. Okay. So, do we have another digital photo? So, this particular portrait, can somebody hit the lights? Y'all, this is a ballpoint pen. A ballpoint pen portrait. This one was done by one of our brothers in Nigeria by the name of Joshua Adfa. And if y'all remember, this portrait was of Demarius Tremaine Ferguson, who was killed by the older lady, maybe last year, 2022. And we also have, and Brother Akbar, he actually did 2 portraits for us. And again, they're in Nigeria, so it takes a little while for them to get here. This is the son of Vicky Ferguson. So if you know Vicky Ferguson, tell her that there's a picture about them. Go up on Brother Scott's wall soon, so once it's there, I put it up in super glue, can't take it down. Okay? And can we hit the lights? And let me ask, does anybody know Demarius? And so we actually had 2 portraits that were done for Demarius. Sometimes, it'd be spaces between the artists. And so on a couple of pictures, we actually had 2 artists that rendered the same picture. So if we can have Pastor Lewis, would you do the honor of unveiling the second portrait, which was done by an awesome young woman out of Seattle, Washington, by the name of Sister Akua. Yes, sir. And she did this one. And so these are both of Brother Demarius from different vantage points. And, as you can see, she loves to work with colors, and she really did something. And I just got to point out, Brother Sherman tore it up with that frame, y'all. Brings it all out. So let's give Brother Sherman and Sister Akua a hand. And let's give our brother Akbar Joshua a hand. Okay. Next. And we don't have affirmations for these. Can we hit the lights? Now this one's personal. This is my little cousin who was murdered by the police in Atlanta, Georgia. I want to say in 2018. His name was Bryce. He's a really good young brother. The way they killed him is he had asthma. They put him in a cell, waited for him to have an attack, and did not furnish him with his inhaler. And so I shared this with our family out of Nigeria, and Brother Akbar Joshua also rendered this. These just blow me away. That's just a ballpoint pen, y'all. And the ability to control the shading. And they really do, and he looked just like his mother. Really do something special. So I want to thank our brother, Akbar Joshua. We're coming out, y'all, with a virtual museum. And I don't know if we're going to be able to demonstrate it tonight. We'll see. But the virtual museum has all of the artists. You'll be able to actually virtually walk through their museum, look at the portraits, click on the portrait, and it'll take you to the artist's store so that you can shop with them. Okay, so you can place orders if you'd like them to do family portraits and you saw an artist that really did it for you. Go through their website and get a hookup. Okay, next. This is David Wright. His mom was not here today. She had to work. She wanted to come. And I'm trying to see. I would ask someone if they can find it for me. And then we'll just move to the next one. He was the life of the party. Mom's special memories of son's life, laughter, live on through others. He was the type of person who would give the shirt off his back for anyone, reflected Shelley Wright with a lingering smile. The mother of 25-year-old David Wright IV from Tuskegee, Alabama, described her son as a hard-working young man who was a committed father to his 2-year-old son, David Wright V. He was very athletic and played basketball until the 8th grade and made a good reputation for himself in the community where he grew up, as Wright said. He would have us laughing so hard because he was so funny, everybody liked him. He was the life of the party. When he came in the room, it just got better when Man showed up and said, "That's right," using the family nickname that they affectionately called David. David IV worked at the Hannon Honda Suppliers in Shorter, Alabama. Ms. Wright described her son as a well-dressed young man with always matching outfits and very witty. David IV was the eldest of 4 children, 1 brother and 2 sisters born to David III and Ms. Wright. He grew up in a small southern town in Montgomery, Alabama, 30 minutes away from Tuskegee, a town celebrated for its historic black military pilots of World War II. The Tuskegee Airmen, the great educator Dr. Booker T. Washington, and the agricultural giant, Dr. George Washington Carver. Tuskegee is where the government conducted a 40-year syphilis experiment on unwitting black men. The town's history of racism and secrets therefore came as no surprise with the case of David Wright IV. 4 years after his September 2018 murder, Ms. Wright is still questioning what actually happened to her son. We didn't find out till 1:30 in the morning the next day when a friend of my husband called us and said my son had been shot and laying in the middle of the street, Ms. Wright explained. They claimed to have a suspect, but nothing ever happened. They botched the investigation and pretty much swept it under the rug. An endearing memory of her son was when David IV's grandmother passed away. He was 22 years old at the time and knew his mother loved holidays and her family. So for Mother's Day, 1 month after the passing of his grandmother, he gave me a beautiful gold necklace with his grandmother's name on it. It was the most beautiful gift that he had ever gave me that touched my heart. And the way he presented it to me was so special and proud, Mother said. He told me, "I hate to see you sad, Mama. I know you love your mother very much, and I love you very much. I don't know what I'd do without you, and I want this to represent my love for you." The necklace was the last gift she received from her son as she reflects on the memories of her son. Ms. Wright is honored to say he lives on even beyond memories. He was an organ donor, and I found out that his heart was given to an older lady. I don't know who got his eyes, even though I would have preferred still to have him there with us. I'm grateful he was able to help someone else to live. David Wright IV was a beautiful young man whose life was shared by so many, and the spirit lives on. And this is by a final call staff writer named J.A. Salam. Let's hear from Brother Salam and Sister Akua. In a beautiful way. Okay, do we have and I beg your pardon. This portrait was done by a very beautiful young student in Nigeria named Esther, Sister Esther. So can we move to our next piece? Yes, go give it up for Esther, y'all. That's another one of my cousins. This was Renelle Gibbons, who we all call Papa. And let me see. Yep. This was also written by J.A. Salam. And the artist on this was Brother Akinigi. He's also one of our Nigerian artists. Now these artists, they live in different parts of Nigeria. It's not just one big block called Nigeria. Some live in Lagos, some live in other parts of the country. But they got together and coordinated, trying to send these in at the same time so that we would all have them. And what we did was, when we figured out that it might be a problem with the shipping, we did digital copies of these. So, I'm gonna read this one, and I think we have one more. And we're gonna check our time, y'all. On May 22nd, 2010, life changed forever for the family of Vernell A. Gibbons, a 22-year-old married father of 5. The ages of his son and 4 daughters range from 2 years of age to 12. Vernell was the second youngest of siblings, raised primarily by their mother. He was admired for his friendly and mature personality. According to his older brother, Manny Gibbons, his family affectionately called him Papa. We grew up with nothing. Every winter, our electricity and gas would be cut off. It was rough. Our mother did everything she could to keep us right, which made us super close, he said. During phases of their lives, their father was not in the home. Manny praised his mother for her strength and faith in God and how she taught her children never to dishonor their father. She would always say, "Pray for your dad." She never spoke bad of him. Our dad lived a hard life and was strung out on drugs for many years. When he finally got sober, he opened up the Stanford and Sons truck tire shop. My brother Papa and I worked there from 2002 until 2010 when Papa was killed. Vernell received a full athletic scholarship to Eureka University in Eureka, Illinois, where he majored in business administration. After attending college for 2 semesters, Papa left school to focus on providing for his family and working at the tire shop. His father decided to give the business to Vernell after seeing how Papa handled business matters at the shop. Our dad trained and prepared us in business, but Papa organized everything and took the business to another level, Manny said. Our dad helped us learn many lessons that made us who we are today. Even though there were just 3 years between their ages, Manny said Papa was like a son to him. The craziest thing he said was that they looked like twins. After Papa was killed, Manny became angry with God, feeling that he should have been taken instead of Vernell. Papa was a good dude. In my anger, I went back to the street life after his death. It was hard to handle, but I guess God knew he was ready, and I wasn't. Papa was silly and goofy, but he was very serious when it came to business. He loved cars with a passion and would buy them, fix them up, and sell them. Then he would buy some more. That was the strangest thing I've ever seen, and now his son is just like him about cars, Manny recalled. Manny said Vernell's children are doing well. His son Brandon, the eldest of his 3 children, is 22 and in the Air Force. His daughter Brandy, 20, is in a nursing program. And the other 3 daughters are in high school. Life is not the same without Papa being here, but we are happy and grateful he was given to us to share life with, Manny said. Suspect, Kevin Cortez Brown, was caught 2 days later and is now serving a 90-year sentence for the murder of Vernell A. Papa Gibbons. And that is by our brother, J.A. Salam. So give Brother Salam a hand. And let's give Brother Kenny Joshua, a hand. All right, and we have another. Oh, wait, we got another. This is Edward Reeves, who many of us know as Bambino Gold, and this was done by a very, you meet these people in your life's journey. They all have something special to them. So Emmanuel Kolawole organized a group of artists, and then this brother, Abiyemi, he kind of came off kind of like the elder of the group. He was probably about 27, 28, but he was the elder of the group. And I found out, I believe he's a veterinarian doctor, and he also does art. And so when he saw what we were doing, he felt this project. Now, these artists generally, you know, they don't just work for free, but they felt what we were doing and they wanted to contribute. And he was so worried that these portraits wouldn't get here on time. And I called him, I said, no, don't worry, brother, we'll have a digital copy to represent, and we'll get them to the families when they get here. So shout out to Brother Abiyemi. I'm not gonna try to do the old last names, I mess them up. But this is Edward Reeves Jr. Y'all remember he was missing for about 17 days and they found him out in the county. And his mom, Aida Harris, and his sister, Teresa Brown, they all always part of the program, but they had conflict of schedule. And next. Now this one here was done by Valencia Goodwin. So we had two artists again that wound up working on the same piece. But they both did an outstanding job, and I'm very grateful for Sister Valencia as well as Brother IBU. And let's give them all a big hand, y'all. And we have one more digital. Emantic Bradford Jr. Of course, you remember Brother Emantic. He was killed at the Hoover Mall by a police officer, shot in the face. And that led to a big old boycott of the mall. I think they lost something like $10 million right around that Thanksgiving. That is the power of our unity. When we decide that we don't like something. But we can't only do it when the police shoot us. We got to learn how to come together when we do something wrong with one another. And one more, sis? Is that it? Excellent. Do we have the lights? Okay, y'all. Who's good? Miss Bell?
What?
Yes, ma'am, please.
I just wanted to say that it was not a time past that I didn't pray for Preston when he walked out the door. I always ask God to take care of him. So now I find peace in knowing that God is doing just what I asked him to do. I find comfort. I don't know if you know but I find comfort in, you don't have to worry about nobody hurting you. Right? So he's in good hands. He did just what I prayed for.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. How's everybody? Are y'all tired? Yeah. All right, well, listen. I want to make sure we cover all our bases. But we covered those families who came. Is there anybody here who did not get their family member covered? Okay. Well, if that's a wrap, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna go ahead and wrap this up. Bring our wonderful MC, Sister Tracy Trey, back up, and we will have. Oh, she knows what to do. Yes, ma'am. Come on, Sister Tracy. Oh. Thank you. Do you have the story? I'm sorry. Y'all, I ain't mean to throw us off, but it's two more that we gotta do. One is the son of one of C's ministry team, a dynamic sister named Felicia Jones. And I want to have someone, Reverend Jaquetta, maybe you and Felicia, pretty cool. We'd like you to come up and lift the veil on her piece. Brother Amir get in place. Booyah. So this is Brother Cannon Jones. This portrait was rendered by our little brother Jabril Muhammad out of Washington, D.C. And of course, this gorgeous frame is our brother Sherman. And this was a marvelous, marvelous piece. Jabril Malik. I'm sorry, Brother Jabril Malik. And Brother Cannon Jones was a Tuskegee University student. You will see a lot of times a little memorial right across the street from the president's house when you pass by. That is for Cannon Jones. He and his mom traveled all the way from California to plant a fruit tree in a memorial garden. And so it become family ever since. Thank you. And then let's get this one up here. Everybody, I think, knows Miss Gloria Peoples. This is her son, Taylor McPherson. And this was rendered by my mother-in-law, Ms. Jerry Hendricks. And with that, I'm going to ask Sister Tracy to close us out. Everybody can take another look, and if you have a portrait here that you would like to take home with you, that's yours. Don't take mine. You take your portrait home with you. And there's some refreshments, I think, still in the back. I thank you so much for coming and spending all of this time with us today in memoriam of those that we lost. We are not going to let them just lie forgotten somewhere. They had a job to do. They had a purpose. And we're going to help them fulfill their purpose by giving them our bodies to work with. All right? God bless y'all. Peace.
All right, friends and family, just want to thank you so much for coming out. This has been an eventful day. Just thank you all for participating in this, the C team for all that they've done to make this happen. Brother Scott, Sister Erica, for their beautiful heart, giving, loving people that they are. They've done so much work and they've got great work to do. So I'm looking forward. I'm so fulfilled to be part of this team and be part of them. And right here in Tuskegee. We're going to go ahead and close out. And so we're still doing the benediction. We're going to bring up Reverend Joshua.
Yes, do you have any announcements?
Reverend Joshua? No? All right, then we'll close out. We'll bring up Brother Tim Muhammad for the benediction. Thank you all so much.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace to everyone. We'd like to stand for prayer. We're going to close out our meeting with prayer. And I'd like to just repeat a prayer that was given to us by the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That we said it's an oft-repeated prayer that we should say at least 7 times a day. I think it's fitting for this. So, attention prayer, whoever is comfortable for you. In the name of Allah, the beneficent and most merciful, O Allah, seek thy refuge from anxiety and grief. I seek thy refuge from lack of strength and laziness. I seek thy refuge from cowardice and niggardliness. I seek thy refuge from being overpowered by death and the oppression of men. O Allah, suffice thou me with what is lawful, to keep me away from what is prohibited, and with thy grace make me free of one, what is besides thee. I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, who appeared to us in the person of Master Father Muhammad, and raised up the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, the living and exalted Christ, and gave us the honorable minister Louis Farrakhan, the Messiah. It is in these holy and righteous names we pray. Amen. Amen.
Not Wi-Fi. Sister Cheryl. I think the C team, but I also want to thank Sister Cheryl. She made that delicious soup that we had. That wonderful blueberry powder, that wonderful blueberry drink, and just helps. So she's tired because you put in a lot of work for us. Thank you, sis. We appreciate
Thank you.